Chapter 167. Kaiser the Great turned his sharp eyes to Morse, the chief magic consultant of the empire. At the same time, a maid beside him immediately went to hold up an exquisite umbrella made of animal skin for Kaiser the Great. However, the people didn't have umbrellas. They could only stand there and take in the rain. Behind them were the Imperial City Defense Army and Alonso's army. Of course, the church had also sent knights to participate in the summer celebration. Morse began to release magic in front of everyone. He tried his best, but he couldn't disperse the dark clouds. He had no choice but to release a magic barrier to protect the dignitaries and the square from the rain. Kaiser the Great took out the script that the ministers had prepared for him. He was going to say a congratulatory speech to the people, just like his father. "Beloved, my people. Thank you to the 7 gods for giving us peace and tranquility. Thank you to the 7 gods for giving us food and wine. In the next 7 days, let us, hold hands and eat together, drink and chat together." Kaiser the Great didn't know that the hold hands that he had read out of desperation was actually just hold hands. Sparse applause could be heard from the square. However, when the soldiers approached, everyone present clapped with all their might, even though they were already drenched. They wished their hands would break from the applause. Next, it was the inspection of the Imperial City Defense Army. It was a team of less than 1,000 people. They held Kaiser the Great's flag with a black lion on a red background and slowly walked through the square in front of the Hero Palace. Walking at the front was the cavalry of the Imperial Guards. They wore black Imperial armor and winged helmets on their heads. They held the flag of Emperor keys in their hands as they walked at the front. The horses were uneven. Some were old, and some were young. The whole cavalry formation looked a little loose. The only thing that was a little shocking was the heads of the rebels that were hung on the horses as trophies. Those were real heads, which shocked everyone who saw them. Darlena's heart stirred when she saw that, but she didn't show it. After all, she had people sent by Kaiser the Great to look after her. The cavalry moved very slowly, and the infantrymen who entered the square after them were a little impatient. Finally, it was their turn to go on stage. These royal guards were armed with long halberds and were also dressed in black armor. They were quite tall, and some of them even had big bellies. The royal guards' footmen walked through the plaza in a rather orderly manner. At this time, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, so it was better for them to walk first. When it was the turn of the archers, they were all drenched. Their armor was not as thick as the armor of the infantrymen. Fortunately, there was no rain when they walked through the magic barrier of the square, but many of them sneezed. The commoners couldn't take it anymore because the rain was getting heavier and heavier. They had been drenched by the rain, and they didn't have any protection. They didn't dare to move because the Empire's soldiers were right behind them. Finally, the boring military parade ended in the heavy rain. The people were silent as they dispersed and returned to their homes. After closing the door, the Empire's soldiers couldn't possibly follow them home. These days were really suffocating. It would be better to become a mute so that they could control their mouths and know what to say and what not to say. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. That night, in the magnificent Hall of Heroes, Kaiser the Great hosted a banquet to entertain the lords and nobles from all over the country, as well as those who had made outstanding contributions to the empire. Alonso learned from his father that his brother Joe's whereabouts were still unknown. It was very likely that he was still in the Kingdom of Northland, but it was also possible that he was dead. Speaking of this, it was the most painful thing for his father during this period of time. It was even more troublesome for him than the loss in the confrontation with the North. However, it wasn't until tonight's banquet that Alonso finally showed a slightly relaxed expression because today seemed to be a peaceful day. Morse told Kaiser the Great that he was not feeling well, so he didn't attend the banquet and returned to his residence. Naturally, it was inconvenient for the Pope to participate in this kind of thing, so he only sent some bishops, including the bishop who had escaped from Primordium Port. Of course, the people who attended the banquet were also some commanders of the knights. None of the people from the Magic Sanctuary came this year, which made Kaiser the Great very unhappy, but after all, they were not in Kellendil, and it was beyond his reach. Next, the singing and dancing performances took turns, but there were no more exotic performances. There were only some women with good figures performing some unskilled dances. My lords, these are the untouchables, these are the sinful witches, and those are slaves. If you like them, you can enjoy them to your heart's content. They are like the food and wine on this table, you can do whatever you want with them. This time, Kaiser the Great spoke very smoothly. Empress Darlina had long been taken back by Kaiser the Great's people to take good care of her. Kaiser the Great held a woman with a big naked butt in each hand, and he bit her butt hard. A trace of blood and a scream echoed in the hall. He opened his bleeding mouth and laughed loudly. Play however you want. Heroes of the Empire, enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. In an instant, these high-ranking officials and dignitaries, who usually put on airs, took off their hypocritical masks and began to enjoy the food, wine, and beautiful women to their heart's content. All kinds of voices echoed in the Hero Palace, which was unbearable to the ears. Alonso was not interested in any of this. He left the Hero Palace. After all, he was not Kaiser the Great's personal bodyguard, so there was no need for him to stay by Kaiser the Great's side all the time. He had a lot of people around him who could protect Kaiser the Great. Another day passed without any mishap. Alonso looked at the starry sky in the distance and sighed to himself. Looking at the current situation in Kellendal, it was no longer worthy of being called a holy city. It was simply a mess. The huge gap between the rich and the poor made the people at the bottom of the city live a life worse than pigs and dogs. Even Alonso could feel the invisible resentment of the people. The heavy rain during the day had stopped. Seeing that there was nothing else to do that day, Alonso decided to go back to the barracks and take a rest. Who would have thought that suddenly, the sky began to rain again? In the dark night, the heavy rain made the streets muddy. At the same time, in some dark corners of the city, some masked men and women gathered together to plot something. They were not afraid of the heavy rain at all. Seeing the heavy rain, Alonso decided to go back to the Hero Palace to take shelter. There was no need to go back to the barracks in the rain. However, when he turned around and was about to go back to the Hero Palace, he seemed to see something moving in the dark grass. Chapter 168. Alonso noticed this and his heart skipped a beat. He knew that something was about to happen. He remained calm and collected. He knew that he couldn't alert the enemy at this time. If he alerted this small group of enemies hiding in the dark, it was very likely that more of them would be released. He wanted to lure the snake out of its hole and catch all of these scum in one fell swoop. In fact, how would a person in power like Alonso know that although there were people with bad intentions, not everyone was like Alonso, a vested interest in this decaying empire? They were people who were being oppressed, so of course they would walk the path of rebellion. Not to mention why they didn't work hard and focus on development and wanted to gain something without risking anything. It was fine when the fruits of your hard work were not taken away by others. When you realized that no matter how hard you worked for tens of thousands of years, you couldn't compare to the huge amount of wealth that the vested interests already had. Furthermore, they even closed off the channels that allowed them to gain wealth in the past. It was as if you thought that earning money was written in the law, but the huge amount of wealth that the upper echelons earned was obtained that way, but they didn't allow you to do so when they were in power. This wasn't a matter of fairness. It was a matter of hope being taken away. No matter how hard you worked, it was useless. With the channels for advancement gone, the nobles didn't need to work hard because there would be people protecting them. They could do whatever they wanted, eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. They didn't need to do anything. Even if you worked until you died of exhaustion, you would still be a lackey. Furthermore, the gap between the rich and the poor was getting bigger and bigger. The richer you were, and the poorer you were, the poorer you were. At this time, the people at the bottom would think of the simplest and most violent method, which was to rob, kill the boss and become the boss. This was the mentality of the people at the bottom. It couldn't be said that this mentality was right. It could only be said that this was a state that would occur in an empire that was struggling at death's door. When the empire was about to collapse, all kinds of conflicts would intensify. There would be internal and external troubles, and the people would have no way of making a living. At this time, people like Alonso played a role in this historical period. You could say that he was the guardian of peace, or the foolish loyalist of the empire. He could even be said to be the protector of the decadent corporations and the stumbling block of the people at the bottom. Actually, it wasn't a big problem. It was just a problem of how to distribute the limited resources. If a small number of people monopolized the majority of the resources, it would lead to this kind of riot. This was the inevitable result. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. But on second thought, from Alonso's point of view, he was just doing his duty and doing his job well. It was not up to him to decide whether the emperor was good or bad. The current situation was just fate. Everyone was just doing their best to play their role well. Just like Kaiser the Great, he was just doing his best to be a qualified, licentious and incapable ruler. As expected, the people hiding in the dark saw Alonso but didn't see them. They decided to clean up the nobles, ministers, businessmen, and tycoons who were partying in the Hero Palace later, when the heavy rain affected their vision and hearing. As soon as Alonso entered the Hero Palace, they didn't inform the nobles, ministers, businessmen, and tycoons. He was worried that there might be spies of the enemy among them. He didn't even know who the enemy was. It was possible that the enemy was hiding among them. He just led his personal guards to Kaiser the Great, who was eating heartily. "Dear Mr. Alonso, you've worked hard today. Sit down and eat with us. You've been so nervous all day. What's the matter?" Seeing Alonso come to his side, Kaiser the Great happily invited this pillar of the empire to eat and drink with him. He knew that he could still sit there and eat heartily because of this marshal. Kaiser the Great was a cruel and self-indulgent emperor, but he wasn't a fool. He had grown up under Alonso's protection, and he knew how important Alonso was. Although he felt that Alonso was very boring, he had always been courteous and respectful to Alonso. It could even be said that he treated Alonso as half a father. He had put his mother under house arrest. Because of his mother, he could do a lot of things. Alonso nodded slightly. He didn't look surprised, but Kaiser the Great knew Alonso well. Kaiser the Great immediately realized how serious the situation was. At Alonso's signal, Kaiser the Great immediately told the people around him that his stomach wasn't feeling well. Accompanied by Alonso, he went to the bathroom. As soon as they left the banquet hall of the Hero Palace, Alonso and the others immediately escorted Kaiser the Great to his own palace. Alonso's William family troops and imperial guards were secretly dispatched. Some of them were sent to protect Kaiser the Great, while the others were led by Alonso to set up an ambush and wait for the big fish to take the bait. "Brothers and sisters, it's time to assassinate that despicable bathing king," an assassin in the dark said to the others. The bathing king referred to Kaiser the Great. Kaiser the Great was called Bathing King because Kaiser the Great had a hobby of taking baths. In the big marble bathtub, he would be served by beautiful maids with beautiful figures. There would be wine and food, music and dancing, as well as paintings by artists. A bunch of people would party in front of him. Kaiser the Great really knew how to enjoy himself. He played with everything he could. Of course, apart from the real dignitaries of the empire, the only people who could really bathe with him were some special beauties, such as princesses of other countries or female magicians from the magic sanctuary. Of course, people had to be honest with each other when bathing, and women were no exception. Kaiser the Great really knew how to have fun. At the order, these people rushed out of the dark places. In the rain, they set off in the direction of the brightly lit and magnificent Hero Palace from all directions. They gradually gathered into a black torrent and poured into the Hero Palace, which was currently partying. A few guards who had drunk some wine were quickly taken care of by the assassins. These people covered their faces and rushed into the banquet hall of the Hero Palace, where the dignitaries were chatting. They were immersed in a sea of delicious food, wine, and beautiful women. Armed and soaked, mob assassins rushed into the warm and brightly lit hall. They really didn't fit in with the environment. At the moment, there were still cheerful voices in the hall. Obviously, these assassins weren't taken seriously. "Kill. Don't leave a single one alive." The leader's voice broke the joyous atmosphere and added a colorful touch to this extraordinary summer celebration. Chapter 169. For a moment, a bloody battle was taking place in the splendid banquet hall of the Hero Palace. No one was innocent. It was a sea of blood and iron. The vulnerable nobles, the unarmed servants, and the fallen guards were all killed in no time. Only corpses were left on the ground. Of course, some of the nobles present had left long ago, just like Kaiser the Great. Some of them were actually the instigators of the riot. After taking care of these people, the assassins didn't expect that the stupid Kaiser the Great wasn't here. Then, Alonso suddenly led a large number of soldiers to surround the place. All the assassins couldn't escape. Alonso decided to kill them all. After the desperate battle, many people fell into a pool of blood. However, there were too many soldiers of the Empire, and they were better equipped than the assassins. The soldiers slowly approached. In the end, the assassins had no choice but to surrender. Soon, those who had taken part in the riot were arrested and locked up in the Empire's prisons. Alonso was fully armed and covered in the blood of his enemies. He came to Kaiser the Great with his men. Under the protection of a large number of soldiers, Kaiser the Great was taking a milk rose bath in a huge bathtub and playing with several maids. "Your Majesty, it's taken care of. What should we do with these people?" Alonso came to report. "It's taken care of so quickly. As expected of Marshal Alonso. I haven't been to the Colosseum for a long time. Why don't we send these people there? Of course, you'd better find out who ordered them before you send them there. Since you're here, why don't you stay and take a bath, Marshal Alonso?" Kaiser the Great said with a smile. Alonso said he had something to do and had to go. Kaiser didn't ask him to stay, but secretly cursed him for being a block of wood. When it came to pleasure-seeking, no one was more fanatical than Kaiser the Great of the German Empire. From the moment he came to power, he began to build the Colosseum. The Colosseum in Kellendil was built with the help of tens of thousands of captives. The spectator stands inside the animal fighting Colosseum were divided into 4 groups from the lowest to the highest. The seats of the spectators were divided according to the difference in rank and status. After the construction of the Kellendil Colosseum, the Empire's favorite pastime was to watch the bloody fights from the sidelines. A large number of gladiators were driven into the Colosseum to kill each other or fight with wild beasts. The bloodthirsty noble slave masters obtained a barbaric pleasure from the blood and sacrifice of the gladiators. A few days later, in the Kellendil Colosseum. "Sir, the people and beasts in each cage have similar combat power. I guarantee that the audience will be satisfied." The person in charge of the inspection reported to his superior after inspecting the place. That's right. Tomorrow, His Majesty Kaiser will personally come to watch the battle. He will definitely ensure that nothing goes wrong here. Have those assassins been given special treatment? The person who looked like an officer said with a sinister smile. "Yes, we have taken care of them as instructed," the man reported. "That's not bad." There were huge metal cages in the Colosseum. Some of the people in the cages were wearing equipment and even holding weapons. However, some people had nothing. They only wore ordinary clothes and were barehanded. However, there were differences in their combat power against the insect beasts. The strong against the strong, the weak against the weak. These people really knew how to arrange things. The combat power of the humans and the insect beasts were similar. If one wanted to determine the winner, one could only rely on rich experience and a life-and-death battle. The bloody spectacle was indeed to the liking of many people. The most important thing was that one could bet on it. A life-and-death battle with similar combat power could not be faked. It was almost impossible to determine who would win and who would lose. Life and death could be decided in an instant. It was no wonder that many people from the Empire would come here to gamble. The degree of thrill and excitement was no less than the fights in the arena. The next day, as expected, Kaiser the Great brought people and Alonso to watch the life-and-death battle of the captured assassins. They sat in the most luxurious spectator seats with a canopy. At this time, the Colosseum was filled with people. At this time, there was a beast fight going on below. It was considered an appetizer. At this time, there was a huge black ant fighting a middle-aged man below the arena. Alonso knew at a glance that this person was about to lose. The blood on this person's thigh had already dyed the ground red. His movements were no longer as nimble as before. He seemed to be a little sluggish as he moved around. This person's combat power was slightly higher than the huge black ant. He fought the huge black ant with his bare hands. Although he left many wounds on the huge black ant, the insect beast's tolerance for pain was much higher than that of humans. The scarlet blood aroused the huge black ant's ferocious nature. Go, go, go. What are you dodging for? You can win if you keep dodging. I'm betting all my money on you. You stupid pig, use your hands to grab its antennae. A fatty outside the arena waved the ticket in his hand and roared at the injured middle-aged man in the Colosseum. Beside him, a person who was slightly shorter than him was full of excitement. Quick, good job. Bite him to death. Bite him to death. Haha, yes, just like that. The shorter person laughed excitedly when he saw the huge black ant suddenly jump out and use its long black antennae to slap the man's face. Bad luck, really King bad luck. When the fatty saw the middle-aged man being sent flying and crashing into the iron cage, causing the entire cage to shake, he couldn't help but curse, "You stupid pig of Northland, don't come here if you don't have the ability, you damned bastard." He saw the huge black ant instantly get up and bite the neck of the man who was rolling on the ground. He couldn't help but spit a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. "You made me lose so much money. You deserve to die without a complete corpse. Ha, good death. Wonderful death. Huge black ant, I love you to death." The shorter person laughed maniacally when he saw that the outcome of the battle had been decided. At the same time, many people around them started to curse and laugh crazily. However, the man under the huge black ant died with his eyes wide open. Not long after, Alonso saw the next battle. Some people killed the wild boar, while others were killed by others. Life and death, sorrow and joy, it was vividly portrayed here. Alonso also noticed that those who walked out of the Colosseum alive were more or less injured. After all, their strength was similar. It was almost impossible to kill an opponent without paying a price. What awaited them was not freedom, but only the next battle of life and death. Endless battles, meaningless deaths. When would it end? The corpses on the ground had all been dragged out. However, the ground was covered in blood and had not been cleaned. The thick smell of blood still spread throughout the Colosseum. At this moment, a good show seemed to be about to begin. The highlight of the day was about to appear. Chapter 170. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, we are honored to be here with our beloved His Majesty Kaiser to watch the next performance. Today's performance will be very exciting. Without further ado, let's welcome our special gladiators today. A knowledgeable man in a luxurious robe spoke into a microphone equipped with a megaphone. Next, there was a commotion among the crowd who came to watch the gladiatorial performance. They were all the upper and middle-class people in the German Empire. After all, it was impossible for people at the bottom to have the money to watch such an expensive gladiatorial performance. That was because the entrance ticket for the gladiatorial show alone cost more than 10 silver coins. How could ordinary people afford such expensive tickets? Kaiser the Great, who was sitting in the most distinguished seat, was very satisfied with all this at this moment. In the arena, 2 teams of gladiators were released from the iron cages on both sides. It seemed that today's performance was going to be a group battle. These gladiators in the arena now have a somewhat special identity. These people might be free people like you and me a week ago. But now, they are traitors of the Empire. They even tried to assassinate our great His Majesty Kaiser. Today, His Majesty Kaiser magnanimously forgave them for their sins. Let them prove themselves here with courage and strength, and regain their glory. At this time, the host's words came from the microphone again. These assassins were divided into 2 teams with their respective weapons, ready to fight. Alonso immediately noticed that there was a little girl who was holding a standard spear in the 2 groups of gladiators among the dozens of assassins. Under the host's order, the 2 sides began to fight to the death. Alonso knew that except for the leading assassin who was being interrogated at this time, these assassins really didn't know that there was a little girl in the team. One of the assassins actually said in public that they should stop fighting each other and fight against the Empire's soldiers together. They should unite and fight their way out of the arena. At this time, the audience in the arena had already begun to bet on which team would win. Many people were not optimistic about the team with the little girl, and they all bet on the other team to win. At this moment, the assassin who had called for an end to the killing was actually struck by the other party's axe. For a moment, an internal battle between them had begun. In the end, the little girl and the remaining 4 assassins faced off against 8 enemy assassins. Many people believed that the little girl would be the first to die. However, the truth was that they were wrong. However, they still felt that it was 8 against 4. In a situation where the difference in strength was not much, of course, the side with more people would win. However, they were wrong once again. After a series of battles, only 3 assassins remained, while the other side only had 1 assassin left. The little girl killed 4 assassins and gladiators in an instant with her long spear. The opponent immediately collapsed and lost the courage to resist. The little girl walked up to them and pierced their stomachs with her long spear. Their blood flowed all over the ground. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar. How was this possible? Kaiser the Great smiled. Now this is interesting. Then, the host smirked and said that only 1 person in their team could survive. When the other 3 assassins heard this, they actually chose to commit suicide with tears in their eyes. This was because they had seen the little girl's performance, and they hoped that she could live for them. For a moment, the 3 of them drew their swords and committed suicide. How is this possible? Alonso would never have thought that with so many people fighting, the only survivor would be an 11 or 12-year-old child. Moreover, it was a little girl. The little girl was of medium height. Her hair was a little messy and coarse. Her clothes were simple and could even be said to be a little shabby. The wide grey linen cloth hung on her body, and there were many small holes on it. Her lower body was only wearing a pair of shorts that just reached her knees. Her exposed arms and calves looked a little thin and weak. However, in the little girl's hand, she was holding a long spear that was almost twice her size. It looked a little funny and very out of place. Although this long spear looked incomparably sharp, it was actually the most ordinary standard long spear. The little girl's steps were very small and slow. Holding the long spear, she walked slowly to the center of the Colosseum. She stood there quietly and did not say a word. She did not care about the shouts and shouts around her. In her eyes, there was a maturity that did not match her age. However, under the signal of the officer, the host said that there would be an important show next. This survivor would fight against the giant black centipede. If she won, she would be acquitted. At the same time, a new bet had already begun. Everyone could place their bets. Many people were deeply impressed by the little girl's performance, so they bet that the little girl would win. However, there were also people who felt that the little girl was an arrow at the end of its flight, so they bet that the black centipede would win. At this moment, a black centipede about 3 meters long was let in from another opening in the Colosseum. Hiss! The black centipede's body was covered with small scales that were incomparably hard. As soon as it revealed itself, it raised its body and waved its 2 long antennae at the little girl. It let out a low hiss from its mouth. The pair of poisonous hooks under its mouth were shining brightly, emitting a dark light. The little girl did not retreat, nor did she show a trace of timidity. She only tilted her long spear and pointed it at the centipede's scarlet eyes. Suddenly, the black centipede moved. Its speed was very fast. Its entire body seemed to be flying as it headed for the little girl's face. However, the little girl did not retreat half a step. The expression on her face did not change. She was cold and indifferent. She only tilted her long spear slightly and aimed it at one of the centipede's eyes. If the centipede continued to move forward, the tip of the long spear would definitely pierce its eyes. As expected, the centipede's body suddenly swayed and changed its direction. In an instant, it swept past the edge of the long spear and fell to the side of the little girl. Oh! Alonso's eyes lit up. He did not expect that the little girl would simply tilt her long spear and resolve the centipede's first attack so easily. What sharp insight! Alonso exclaimed in his heart. If what happened just now was not a coincidence, then the little girl's insight was absolutely unimaginable. She could instantly determine where the black centipede would land and react in time. Moreover, she was extremely confident in this judgment. She dared to guarantee that her long spear was pointing at the black centipede's eyes. Hiss! The black centipede was obviously unwilling to give up on its prey just like that. It roared again and its long antennae swayed. It twisted its body and jumped toward the little girl's knee again. The little girl did not dodge. She only took a horse stance and half-squatted. The long spear in her hand was aimed at the centipede's eyes again. Her actions seemed simple, but she directly targeted the centipede's greatest weakness, its eyes. The first time could be said to be a coincidence. The second time was the same. Alonso was sure that this little girl definitely had extraordinary insight. Chapter 171. What's even more commendable is that this little girl, who is only in her teens at most, has such a temperament. She doesn't know what fear is when facing such a terrifying centipede. It's really rare. Seeing the centipede land again, the little girl suddenly moved. She was no longer passively defending. Instead, she stabbed the spear in her hand towards the centipede's right eye. There were no fancy moves, no unnecessary movements. She just thrust it forward, straight towards the scarlet right eye. Unfortunately, her speed was not enough. If I want to stab this eye, I'll probably be a little short. Alonso instantly judged in his heart. Alonso had just seen the centipede's speed. It was very fast, definitely faster than the little girl's spear. That's not right. Alonso suddenly opened his eyes, somewhat moved. Fart! With a crisp sound, blood splattered. The centipede's scarlet right eye was instantly pierced through by the sharp edge of the spear, dyeing the spear red. It actually, really stabbed. Alonso's face was filled with disbelief. As soon as the little girl made her move, Alonso judged the speed of the spear. He knew that if he stabbed the spear at this speed, he would definitely not be able to touch the centipede. But the little girl's spear did it. Although the little girl was stabbing straight ahead, it wasn't the same. Her spear was always looking for the shortest distance between it and the centipede's eye. She could always adjust the direction of the spear at the right time, although this adjustment was always at an extremely small angle. If the speed was not enough, then she would shorten the distance. What frightening insight! Alonso believed that even if he had practiced martial arts for many years, he would not be able to have such an absolute grasp of space and time. This was almost an innate talent, an instinct. Genius! Alonso looked at the little girl with sparkling eyes. Alonso used to wave his sword under his father's guidance, paying attention to speed, accuracy, and strength. Every time he swung his sword, he would always follow the direction of the sword and move forward. Even if he changed the sword momentum, he would make a judgment based on the opponent's counterattack. However, he had never thought of seizing the initiative from this distance. Moreover, a straight line was the shortest distance between 2 points. However, if one wanted to swing a sword in a straight line, one had to constantly adjust the angle of the sword. This little girl's simple strike gave Alonso too many emotions. He even recalled the time when he was young and trained in martial arts. The little girl then used all her strength to lift the spear and flung the centipede's body away from the tip of the spear, causing blood to spurt out. The intense pain caused the centipede to twist its body crazily. It almost curled up into a ball and let out a crazy roar. "All right. Good job. Little brat, hurry up and kill this monster so that I can earn some money to buy some wine." At the same time, the spectators outside the arena all let out excited laughter. Almost all of them had bet on the little girl to win. This little girl's attack just now gave them great confidence. The black centipede had lost an eye, so it didn't jump at the little girl anymore. Instead, it crawled on the ground and rushed toward the little girl's feet. More than 100 pairs of feet rustled on the ground. The little girl's eyes were wide open. All of her attention was focused on the huge centipede on the ground. The little girl didn't retreat. The spear in her hand was tilted, almost touching the ground. However, this time, The black centipede didn't forcefully pounce on her. Instead, when it was about to crawl in front of the little girl, its 3-meter-long body suddenly swung its tail and swept toward the little girl's feet. The centipede's strength was very great. It even brought about the sound of the wind. Don't take it head-on. Alonso had long seen that the little girl's strength wasn't great. She always held the spear in the most comfortable position. She was conserving her energy. If she were to clash with the centipede head-on, Alonso estimated that the spear in the little girl's hand would definitely be sent flying. The centipede's skin was very hard. The spear in the little girl's hand was only an ordinary weapon. It would be very difficult to cause damage to its body. Good job. As Alonso exclaimed in surprise, the little girl threw the spear at the head of the centipede that was crawling on the ground. However, because the centipede's body was turned sideways, this throw didn't directly pierce its eyes. It only threw the spear in front of the centipede. When the centipede's tail swept over, the little girl suddenly jumped. She held the spear in her hand and relied on the support of the spear to instantly leap over the centipede's huge body. However, the little girl's body didn't land on the ground. Instead, she held the spear upright. Her small body was completely attached to the top of the spear. This action is just like when I was young, holding a bamboo pole and prying it in the air. Alonso looked at the little girl's dodging posture and recalled the way he played when he was young. It's not over yet. Alonso narrowed his eyes. When the black centipede swung its tail, it would definitely move its entire body. When the black centipede's body was about to move to the left due to inertia, the little girl in the air suddenly spun the spear. The spear supported on the ground instantly aimed at the centipede's left eye and cut it off on the spot. Rather than cutting, it should be the centipede's left eye that collided with the spear that was prepared for it. This little girl's strength was terrifying. Dodge, spin, harvest. All of this must have been part of the little girl's plan. Alonso looked at the little girl with a faint admiration. If she wasn't one of the assassins, Alonso would really think of her as his daughter. In just 3 short exchanges, the centipede had lost a pair of eyes. Alonso looked at the little girl who had landed on the ground with a face full of admiration. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be difficult to achieve this. Even if they could do it, they would have to pay a great price. They are evenly matched, and neither side is willing to give an inch. In the end, both sides will suffer. But this little girl, with a stab and a spin, she harvested a pair of eyes. It's all because of her extraordinarily sharp insight and judgment. Alonso knew that there were geniuses in this world. Some people, from the moment they were born, had unparalleled talent and ability in a certain aspect, leaving others in the dust. For example, the little girl in front of him. Her extraordinary insight was something that others couldn't learn even if they wanted to. All of this was completely instinctive. It was simple and unadorned. When it was time to defend, it was time to defend, and when it was time to attack, it didn't hesitate. From the beginning to the end, she targeted the centipede's biggest weakness, its eyes. Moreover, the spear in her hand also played a key role. The centipede that had lost both its eyes crazily swung its body. Its 3-meter-long body was like a steel whip, sweeping randomly on the ground. The little girl didn't tangle with it. After her successful attack, she quickly left. The spear was slanted horizontally, always maintaining a distance of a spear from the centipede. Good job, little brat. Yes, drag it to death like this. Seeing that the black centipede had lost another eye, many people outside the arena shouted excitedly. The little girl's victory meant that they had won, and that they had another income. Chapter 172. The centipede did not only rely on its eyes to determine its position. After the intense pain, its 2 tentacles kept sweeping and soon determined the little girl's position. Whoosh, whoosh. More than 100 pairs of legs crawled rapidly in the direction of the little girl on the ground. A scalp-numbing sound could be heard. The little girl tapped the ground with her toes and quickly retreated. However, the spear in her hand was tilted forward and did not touch the ground. She maintained this strange posture from beginning to end. 1 human and 1 beast, one retreated and one advanced. However, the centipede's speed was much faster than the little girl's. In a moment, the two tentacles in front of the centipede's head were about to touch the spear in the little girl's hand. The little girl suddenly stomped her feet on the ground and steadied herself. The centipede heard the sound and quickly leaped forward. Its huge body pounced towards the little girl's position. However, just as it moved, the little girl turned the spear in her hand and quickly pulled it to the side. A 1-meter-long brown tentacle was cut off. This centipede could hear and feel the little girl's aura, but it could not feel the aura of the metal spear. The spear did not touch the ground and there was no sound. Therefore, the centipede could not determine the spear's position. Using this point, she lured the centipede to take the bait and take the initiative to meet the spear. This centipede's biggest weakness was its eyes. Secondly, these two tentacles were not as hard as its skin and were easily damaged. "All right. Haha. Little brat, take your time. There's no rush. Cut off this beast's things bit by bit. I have all the time." Seeing that the situation was developing in their favor, the people outside the arena all laughed excitedly. "As long as we cut off one more tentacle, this little girl will win for sure." Alonso noticed that the centipede's speed was not as fast as before. The loss of its eyes and tentacles still had a huge impact on it. The pain was secondary. The constant loss of blood meant that its vitality and energy were also constantly flowing away. The little girl suddenly raised the spear in her hand and used the spear shaft to knock on the ground continuously. However, every time she knocked 3 times, the spear in her hand would instantly tilt and point directly at the crazily writhing black centipede on the ground. This little girl is luring the centipede to take the initiative to attack. Facing the next attack, she should have absolute confidence. The little girl knocked on the ground as she retreated. She noticed that the distance between her and the Colosseum was less than 1 meter. The little girl deliberately leaned her body heavily against the iron cage, making a muffled sound. The tip of the spear tilted and instantly aimed at the 3-meter-long black centipede. Just as the little girl collided with the cage, the black centipede moved. It leaped into the air and lashed out at the little girl like a steel whip. The little girl did not panic. She held the long spear in her hand horizontally and blocked in front of her. This little girl was always defending while attacking. What she relied on was not only her battle prowess, but also her powerful perception and judgment. Alonso suddenly narrowed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "What's going on? How could you make such a mistake at such a crucial moment?" In Alonso's eyes, the spear in the little girl's hand suddenly tilted down a little. Although it was only a little, Alonso knew that it was impossible for her to cut the other tentacle of the centipede at this distance. If she couldn't cut it, then the little girl would be sent flying. The little girl's face was instantly filled with panic. She was no longer as confident as before, as if everything was under her control. This little girl obviously didn't do it on purpose. But how could such an unforeseen event happen? Alonso saw the little girl's reaction and instantly made a judgment. Could it be that her body is not strong enough and she can't hold the spear? That shouldn't be the case. Alonso shook his head in his heart. This spear is just an ordinary piece of equipment. The little girl didn't even use her strength to wield the spear. With her physique, it shouldn't be a problem for her to hold it for another half an hour. But how could she make such a mistake? One must know that once she makes such a mistake, she could lose her life at any time. Alonso couldn't figure it out. Although the little girl instantly put the spear back to its original position, it was already too late. Bang! The little girl's body was instantly sent flying by the 3-meter-long centipede. She heavily smashed into the iron cage, causing the entire cage to shake. Blood instantly flowed out from the little girl's mouth. "Haha. Come, let's drink. Looks like the medicine is starting to take effect." There was a small room below the beast fighting arena. In the middle of the room, there was a wooden round table. At this moment, there were 5 or 6 people drinking around the round table, causing the small room to seem a little crowded. From the window of the room, one could see the little girl and the centipede fighting. Seeing the little girl being sent flying, the people here laughed heartily. One must know that they were the ones who put the medicine in the assassin's food. Get up quickly. Go quickly. You little brat, lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. The people outside the arena, who were full of smiles just now, saw the little girl lying on the ground for a long time and didn't get up. They instantly scolded the little girl, their smiles just now completely gone. This little girl, in their eyes, was just a money-making tool. No one really cared about her life or death. It shouldn't be. There's definitely a problem with this little girl's body. Although she would be injured after being swept by the centipede, she shouldn't be unable to get up. Alonso saw that the little girl was really trying her best to get up. However, as soon as she used her arms to support herself, she immediately fell down weakly. Alonso knew that this little girl didn't have the slightest bit of strength in her body now. There's definitely a problem, Alonso said with certainty. He could see very clearly from his position. However, the onlookers didn't care about this. They were all crazily shouting at the little girl. In their eyes, the little girl was severely injured by the centipede. She spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't get up for the time being. Sizzle. The black centipede's attack succeeded. It let out an excited roar. Its whole body jumped and pounced towards the little girl's position again. It opened its big mouth and a thick stench rushed towards the little girl. Hiss. At the critical moment, the little girl finally jumped with all her strength and narrowly avoided the bloody big mouth. The little girl's stubborn eyes were filled with a strong desire to live. Look. No one was willing to die in the mouth of this insect beast. However, her linen clothes weren't so lucky. They were bitten by the centipede's sharp teeth. With a sizzle, they were instantly torn to pieces. The little girl felt that she couldn't exert any strength in her body. She had a splitting headache and was dizzy. It was very difficult for her to stand there. Chapter 173. Although the little girl's linen clothes were torn, she was still wearing her underwear. Get up quickly. You little brat, you're trying to harm me when your hair isn't even fully grown. I bet 30,000 on you. Get up quickly, little bastard, don't lie on the ground if you're not dead. Countless curses were directed at the little girl in the arena. It was unknown if the little girl heard them, but she ignored them. She lay on the ground and slowly crawled toward the spear beside her. However, the little girl's body was already injured in many places. Alonso also began to worry about the little girl. In fact, many people did not want the little girl to die. The little girl had no choice. She knew that if this dragged on, she would definitely die. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth and abdomen. However, the little girl's gaze was still focused on the spear that was a meter away. It was as if the spear was her everything. Sizzle. An excited roar came from the black centipede's smelly mouth. The blood on its eyes and forehead made it look even more ferocious and terrifying. Waving its only tentacle, the centipede quickly determined the little girl's position again. At this moment, the black centipede took the initiative to attack. It directly jumped up and pounced on the little girl. It seemed that it was tired of this and wanted to end it quickly. The black centipede jumped up and flew toward the little girl's position. In the air, it had already opened its bloody mouth, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. Everyone knew that the little girl was dead meat. That was because in her stubborn gaze, there was no longer the centipede or the surrounding crowd. There was only the spear not far away. The short distance of 1 meter was like a gap that could never be crossed. It blocked the little girl and her spear. Many people outside the arena even stopped cursing. They just weakly threw the tickets in their hands into the air and then sat on the ground dejectedly. Perhaps a ticket or a bet was the last thing these gamblers had. If they lost them, they would be like the little girl. They would have nothing. Cheers. In a small room outside the animal battle arena, the sound of glasses clinking could be heard again. However, their gazes were still fixed on the animal battle arena outside the window. Perhaps they liked to admire the helplessness in the little girl's eyes, as well as her unique stubbornness, and even the upcoming bloodshed. Da. The little girl's slender hand finally rested on her beloved weapon once again, but she no longer had the strength to lift it. In her heart, Perhaps this spear was all she could have right now. Looking at the black centipede in front of her, a drop of sparkling tear rolled down the little girl's face. This teardrop might represent her life that was about to end, or it might represent her lost childhood. No matter how stubborn she was, no matter how talented she was still just a little girl. Boom! There was a loud bang. The huge black centipede on the field was instantly burned into ashes. I stood in the middle of the Colosseum. He bent down and gently helped the little girl up. Then, he covered her with a coat and held her in his arms. "I'll take you out," I said, looking into the girl's eyes. The little girl didn't say anything, nor did she nod. She just looked at me in silence. Then, with great difficulty, she raised her hand and pointed at the spear on the ground. "My spear." His voice was young but firm. I smiled. Light flashed in my palm and the spear on the ground was sucked into my hand. Then, it disappeared into my spatial ring. "Let's go," the young man said. "Okay." The little girl nodded, but she looked really weak. Peng. Outside the Colosseum, in a small room, there were 5 people drinking around a round wooden table. Suddenly, the glasses in their hands exploded and they disappeared. "You want to leave?" Suddenly, many people appeared in the spectator seats of the Colosseum. In an instant, they surrounded the Colosseum. These people were dressed in Black Empire armor. "How dare you cause trouble in front of the Emperor? You really don't know what death is." The leader of the Imperial Guards held a long sword. He pointed it at me and laughed coldly. "Don't even think about getting out alive today. I'll also let you know that But before he could finish, an ice mark appeared on his forehead. At first, it was faint, but in an instant, it turned into a block of ice. With a look of disbelief, he fell to the ground. I looked at everyone coldly. "I'll kill whoever blocks me. Whoever comes, I'll kill them." As I said that, I hugged the little girl and walked out of the Colosseum. Avina followed behind me. In such a place, I definitely wouldn't hold back when killing people. Who knew how many families had been ruined by this kind of place, leaving them homeless? Although one gambler was willing to hit and the other was willing to be hit, it would be fine if it was absolutely fair. But there was no such thing as absolute fairness in a gambling arena. For example, this little girl was obviously weak and had been tampered with. Otherwise, how could she have been sent flying by that centipede? Gambling was something that you couldn't think of or see, but there was nothing that couldn't be done. I walked very slowly, very slowly. The little girl in my arms also seemed quiet and didn't say anything. But the hand that was hugging my waist was really tight. It seemed like she had used up all of her strength. What arrogance. "Whoever comes, I'll kill them. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me today. I've said it before. Whoever stops me, I'll kill them." I looked at the Imperial Guards charging at me. They were dressed in black armor and their eyes were cold. Although they were the Empire's elites, they were already amazing experts in the eyes of ordinary people. But now, in my eyes, they are nothing. In an instant, sword light flashed and dozens of headless corpses appeared on the ground. Blood flowed like a river. How is this possible? How is that possible? Even Alonso's expression turned ugly. If he wanted to kill these people, he could do it in an instant. But to do it so easily and without even moving his feet, it was very difficult. "Who are you?" Alonso said from the spectator stand. His brows were slightly furrowed. It was obvious that he was deeply afraid of me. "Who I am is not important," I said coldly. "What's important is that I must take this girl away today, and I want something from you." "What is it?" Alonso asked. "The antidote," I said word by word. This little girl was poisoned. But it didn't matter. It was just a drug that made people lose their strength and dizzy for a short period of time. Actually, from the very beginning, the experienced me already knew that the little girl was poisoned. "Antidote? What antidote?" Alonso shuddered. No wonder he felt that something was wrong with the little girl. Chapter 174. At this moment, Kaiser the Great, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke to Alonso. "Alonso, these people are very strong. For today's matter, let's consider this girl as the winner. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you. Just don't go overboard." After Kaiser the Great finished speaking, he left the Kellendil Colosseum with the accompaniment of the guards and nobles. Alonso looked at Kaiser the Great and nodded. He didn't want the little girl to die either. As for this matter, he had a direction in mind. After all, His Majesty the Emperor had given him full authority to deal with this matter. "You mentioned the antidote. It seems like someone actually dared to use such despicable means in the Empire's sacred Colosseum. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. No matter who it is, I will get to the bottom of it and make them take responsibility for this matter. But now, you have killed a soldier of the Empire's Imperial Guards. I'm afraid that no matter what, you won't be able to leave just like that," Alonso said to the crowd, mainly to me. At this moment, to my surprise, the ordinary Durman citizens suddenly changed their attitude. They raised their thumbs up and cheered loudly. "Forgive. Forgive. Forgive." The cheers grew louder and louder. It was a spectacular sight. Even if you want to catch me, I'm afraid that there aren't many people in the Empire who have the ability to do so. I advise you to listen to the voices of the citizens. Otherwise, you might not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. The reason why I was so patient was to give Alonso a way out. Otherwise, even if I wanted to leave by force, what could the German Empire do to me? All right, since that's the case, this little girl's crime can be forgiven. However, you have already been banished. You are not allowed to take another step into Kellendil. Alonso could also see my strength, so he could only find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Avina and I didn't bother with him anymore. I carried the little girl and left the place. Strictly speaking, we were still in the middle of the summer celebration despite the huge changes and incidents this year. However, this didn't affect Kellendil at all. It was still the most majestic city in the Hadrodor continent. It was a dazzling jewel. The Imperial Guards in black armor patrolled the city. The streets were decorated with lanterns and colored banners, just like the usual summer celebrations. The Imperial Museum and the Imperial Library were the crystallization of the Empire's civilization. They had been accumulated over hundreds of years. Actually, Avina and I arrived the day before this year's summer celebration. After the three of us came back from the Dwarf Kingdom, Uther said that he wanted to travel and we parted ways. Although we were grateful for his company, we knew that we were destined to be separated. Avina and I returned to Borhinia Manor in Gargantuan Bear Town. That was still our Demon Hunter's Blade's base. Looking at those familiar plants, trees, and people, we felt a lot of emotions. When everyone realized that Avina and I had returned, they were shocked. Then, they came forward and hugged us passionately. We felt guilty, but the others didn't blame us at all. They just missed us too much. Perhaps this was family. I hadn't been back for too long. At that moment, my eyes were filled with tears. Perhaps they didn't know that I had become a domain expert. Perhaps they didn't even know what a domain expert was. However, when we saw Highside the Elder and Flance, we choked up. That was because Flance had lost one arm. He was now in charge of daily chores and logistics by Highside the Elder's side. When they saw us, they couldn't control their emotions. They didn't expect Avina and I to return like this. It had been a long time since that incident, and too many things had changed. Many things that were familiar to us might not be so familiar anymore. Perhaps there were many things that we didn't know about. As for Lophis, Highside the Elder told me that mercenaries were born with danger. We mercenaries were never safe. On the day of the funeral, everyone went to attend Lophis' funeral. It was raining heavily that day. Everyone's hearts were heavy. This was the biggest loss the Demon Hunter's Blade had suffered since its reconstruction. Natalia left the Demon Hunter's Blade just like us. She returned to her family's territory. She could no longer use magic. Flance led Avina and I to the public graveyard at the back of the mountain. There, Avina and I saw Lophis' tombstone. That tombstone didn't look very impressive. It was hard to imagine that the person lying there was once the famous pirate leader of the Singadi pirates. He was also a member of the Demon Hunter's Blade, a respected mercenary. Flance told us that on the day of the burial, after Highside the elder finished his eulogy, he used his remaining arm to bury him bit by bit. After spending so much time together, Flance told us that he wanted to personally send Lophis on his way, just like how he buried his other companions. Avina and I couldn't describe the feelings in our hearts. We could only pat Flance on the shoulder and thank him for his hard work. Back then, he was the only one who brought Lophis' body back, along with Kevin and Mayfair. Only the three of them returned. One could imagine how dark and sad that period of time was. Now that Iwina and I have returned, we see so many familiar faces. Kelvin, who has grown taller and more handsome, Mayfair, who is still charming and pure, the younger brother of the Lord of Forgefires, Dolam Iron Diamond, the dwarf master craftsman Ram Iron Diamond, who only wants to live an ordinary life, and the mysterious goblin merchant Piri Thomas, who claims that there is nothing you can't think of that can't be bought. Everyone was still as strong as ever, because they loved this place. Recently, the development of the Kingdom of Northland had more or less affected the Demon Hunter's Blade. After all, a mercenary group needed bounty missions to earn bounties to survive and continue operating. The huge amount of wealth that the Kingdom of Northland had plundered, coupled with their strength, and the vitality of this new kingdom, had affected everyone in the Demon Hunter's Blade. Highside the Elder had recently been discussing a cooperation with King Gravel. The German Empire's Blackstone fortress was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was too terrifying, but it was the only way to enter the German Empire by land. King Gravel was thinking of other methods to see if he could pass through the Empire's barrier. The Demon Hunter's Blade was a good choice, and the king had sent someone to discuss the cooperation. Chapter 175. The content of our cooperation with King Gravel was to help the Kingdom of Northland defeat the German Empire. For example, Calvin was personally hired by the king to train a gunpowder squad of the Kingdom of Northland. After all, we had obtained a lot of equipment and resources from the German Empire. From Highside the Elder, I learned that King Gravel had already sent a lot of intelligence agents to the German Empire. Some of them were in charge of gathering intelligence, while others were in charge of instigating riots. This time, I told Highside the Elder about Avina and me, as well as the things we had encountered along the way. Highside the Elder said that he would always support us, and that the Demon Hunter's Blade would always be our backing. I decided to go to the German Empire with Avina because we wanted to find the Wing of Destruction, the Black Dragon Erdel. On the day we returned to Kellendil, we went to the Green Dragon Tavern. That was where Avina and I met, and where all our stories began. However, the Green Dragon Tavern no longer existed after such a long time. Perhaps it was destroyed in the war with the undead, or perhaps it was just that it couldn't be operated anymore. Now, it had a new owner, and even the decor had changed. It was now called the Handsome Man Hotel, and the decor was much more luxurious than before. Now, it was overcrowded, and most of the customers were women. That was because the service staff here were all handsome and muscular men. There were all kinds of men, and there was nothing you couldn't think of that didn't exist here. Even the bard here was a handsome middle-aged man with a beard who was very tasteful. He was very affectionate, and it was obvious that he had a lot of stories to tell. His singing was also very relaxing. There was one person in the crowd. She was a woman, but as a dragon, I didn't judge her by her appearance, but by her scent. I could clearly feel that her scent was very familiar to me. She was wearing a long black robe and purple underwear. Her figure was hot and sexy, and her skin was also wheat-colored. I thought hard about where I'd seen this familiar aura. Suddenly, I recalled that this familiar aura was from the stone room with the 5 evil eyes in the icy peak of Althalia. Yes, it was the Shadow Queen who had walked out of the Mirror of Prophecy. Now that she had transformed into her human form, he really didn't expect her to be so strong. He still didn't know her name. I didn't expect that we weren't the only ones who escaped from the icy mountains of Althalia. I didn't expect them to have escaped to such a far place in the Empire. Avina and I decided not to disturb her. After all, we didn't have any grudges against each other. Suddenly, the Shadow Queen looked at us and smiled at us. She looked really charming. There were all kinds of people in this hotel. A handsome man who seemed to be rich was wearing a mink coat made of white mink fur. It was summer now. Although it wasn't as hot as Spring Harbor, it was still the hottest time of the year in Corendell. Wearing a mink coat at this time was really strange. Every year, there would be strange things, especially this year. What was even more embarrassing was that a woman in revealing clothes actually took the initiative to greet this strange man. She was very attentive and flattering. The most embarrassing thing came. This man did not pay any attention to this woman. It was as if this woman did not exist. He actually went to find a well-built, dark-skinned man. Then, the two of them left hand in hand. This made everyone's jaws drop. Only the sexy woman was left, cursing and swearing. At the same time, there was a commotion on the street outside the hotel. Avina and I didn't come here in a hurry. We just wanted to experience the lives of ordinary people. We saw a group of Imperial City Defense Army soldiers beating an old woman on the street. On the other side, the Knights of the Church were watching. They weren't the Knights of the Church that I knew. The Knights of the Church that I knew were from the Falcon Knights, one of the 3 major knight orders of the Church. All of them had a knightly spirit that was admirable. The Falcon Knights were all responsible, true heroes, and trustworthy people. They didn't look like this at all. I didn't know which knight order they were from. The little boy cried helplessly. He didn't believe that anyone would save them and help them. It turned out that his mother, the old woman, was just an ordinary snack seller. She had to wake up early and work late every day to run this snack stall with meager profits to support the mother and son. The little boy didn't go to school. Instead, he helped his mother. Although the days were tough, they lived happily. When the witch hunt became more and more intense, a few useless soldiers of the Empire's City Defense Army, who only wanted to eat without paying, reported to the Knights of the Order that this old woman was a pagan witch who poisoned the food. The Knights of the Church also knew what was going on with this obvious framing, but they still colluded with each other to frame the old woman. The little boy felt hopeless. He couldn't even report to the Knights of the Church. His mother might be killed by them. He had seen how the Knights of the Church dealt with the pagan witches and witches. His mother gave birth to the little boy when she was very old. Although life was tough, she doted on the little boy. The little boy also loved his mother very much. The little boy knew that crying was useless. He didn't expect anyone to help them. The only people who could save them were themselves. The little boy was unusually calm. He rushed to the disgusting soldiers who were laughing and making threatening gestures. He wanted to kill them, but the fully armed soldier kicked him away with his boot. There were too many gray areas in this world. True justice didn't exist. Good and evil were often separated by a single thought. Most of the time, there would be consequences for every cause. Today, these people bullied the little boy. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't be beaten up by the little boy in the future? Moreover, this world was so mysterious. No one could guarantee what would happen in the next second. It was just like how the Knights of the Church and the Imperial City Defense Army soldiers who were bullying the little boy would be burned to ashes by me in the next second. Looking at the beautiful flames, the little boy's eyes were filled with light. This was the most beautiful scenery he had ever seen. If there was a hero in this world, then I would be the hero in his heart. I took out some silver coins from my spatial ring. It was enough for their travel expenses. I told them to go to the nearest Patani Island and look for Bollands of the Mercenary Association. I wrote a letter to him and told them to go there immediately. Someone would take care of them. At the same time, Ivina and I also disappeared from this place, leaving behind a pile of ashes. Chapter 176. Avina and I were walking on the streets when suddenly, a woman with heavy makeup walked towards us. She thought that she was beautiful and even held an umbrella under the sun. This woman only cared about her own beauty and her umbrella was unusually low. After all, the people from the Empire weren't that tall. There were many people on the streets and the traffic was heavy. The long and narrow streets seemed to be unusually crowded. This woman walked towards us. Avina and I were discussing why the Shadow Queen would come here. I really didn't notice this woman. This woman directly used the thorns of her umbrella to scratch my head. She didn't even apologize. She didn't even look at me. Anyway, she didn't affect me at all. She just walked past me. Walked past me. I was instantly enraged. No matter what, I was still a domain-level expert. I was hit by this empire's heavily made-up and self-righteous trash girl with a parasol, and she didn't even apologize. It was as if nothing had happened. At this moment, some carriages that were delivering food to customers sped past me. They just ran past me, one after another. It was the recent summer celebration and many people chose to order food. They didn't even want to leave their homes. This was really an infuriating city. I really wanted to go on a killing spree here. That arrogant woman with heavy makeup. I originally wanted to argue with her or teach her a lesson. However, Avina stopped me. She told me not to lower myself to the level of these ordinary people. Haha, perhaps I was the most useless domain expert. Logically speaking, if I were to get rid of everyone here, it would be just like how I burned those church knights and the Empire's city defense army into ashes. It couldn't be any easier. However, I didn't want to do that now. Due to various considerations, I guess. My top priority was still to head south to find the Wings of Destruction, Black Dragon Erdel. This was what I should be doing now. However, right after that, the people in front of us were gathered around an antique stall. Avina and I couldn't help but be curious. We also gathered around. It turned out that the two of them were in a stalemate. One of them said that he wanted to sell an item, and the old man said that he would take a look at it for him. However, when he showed it to the old man immediately turned hostile and pretended that nothing had happened, as if the item should be his. Just like that, an argument broke out between the two of them. However, the elder continued to act shamelessly, saying that it was his own and that he didn't know this person at all. How interesting. It turned out that ordinary people had to face so many dirty and ugly souls every day, and all kinds of strange things. Forget it. If that's the case, I won't discuss it with Avina. I want to do it my own way. With a flame, the old man spontaneously combusted. The surrounding people were so shocked that they didn't know what was going on. What are you doing? Avina was a little angry. I didn't know why Avina was so angry all of a sudden. She said, everyone has their own destiny. Just let them live and die on their own. If I forcefully intervened with an external force, it would change the trajectory of their destiny. It would cause a chain reaction, which could lead to more problems. In the end, the loss would be greater. It was also the reason why there were so many gray areas in human civilization. Sometimes, there were hidden rules that governed the world better and more efficiently. Instead of acting on impulse and emotions, the old man could be lying, and the old man could be innocent. Even if the old man wasn't innocent, he didn't deserve to die. What if he could save someone else in the future? If he died, that person would die too. Wouldn't the chain reaction be even more troublesome? I felt a headache coming on. What a mess. In this boring world, I was the strong one. I could do whatever I wanted. Avina and I had a small disagreement. I walked on in low spirits. Then, I heard a conversation on the street. The conversation took place in a beverage shop. This beverage shop specialized in selling milk tea. Many young people liked to drink milk tea. Men and women often lined up there. It was as if they would feel uncomfortable if they didn't drink milk tea for a day. Could it be that the milk tea had moon candy in it? Haha. A shop assistant was talking to another shop assistant. I heard that it hasn't been peaceful recently. There are violent conflicts everywhere. At this time, a woman who was dressed up beautifully and had heavy makeup on was also lining up to buy milk tea. She was wearing revealing clothes. She had an unrelenting look on her face. To her, the most important thing was how to earn more money, how to please men, how to gain more attention, how to use her body to earn money, how to buy beautiful clothes, how to beautify her hair, and how to dress up beautifully were the most important things. Of course, she also wanted to show off so that others would envy her. She didn't care about the state of the country, whether it was safe or not, whether it had enough resources, food, and water. She even sneered at those who cared about her. Haha. People like her would only change their attitude when disaster befell them. As expected, these mortals didn't know anything about power. They lived very narrow-minded lives. I couldn't change them. I only had one thought in my mind, and that was to destroy these ugly and dirty humans, especially the people of the Empire. I wanted to tear off their ugly and hypocritical masks and instill the truth in them. I didn't care if they could bear it or not. They were just a bunch of trash. At this time, I felt my power become stronger. The power of destruction surged in my heart. I only came back to my senses when Avina called me. It seemed that I was worthy of being the descendant of the demon god Athol. The power that surged in me was too strong. If I wasn't careful, I could be swallowed. I couldn't even control myself. At this time, the mother and son who had escaped the city with my help had hired a carriage. They were rushing to the pier to board the ship to Partheny Island. Suddenly, a group of bandits appeared in the wilderness. They used a rope to make a trap and stopped the carriage. Suddenly, the carriage fell and the driver bled from all 7 orifices. Only the mother and son were left with bleeding heads. The mother tried her best to protect the little boy. This was a mother's love. The bandits rushed up and robbed the goods. One of them even cursed, saying that it wasn't easy to stop a carriage, but it was a poor bastard. They thought that the carriage was rich. In anger, the bandits slashed the mother and son who were still alive. Blood flowed and the bandits left angrily. However, the mother used her body to protect the little boy before she died. The little boy was seriously injured, but he was still alive. It started to rain. When will this chaotic world end? The little boy struggled to get up. He told himself that he had to live on with hatred. There would be a day when he would make everyone pay with their blood. Chapter 177. After Avina and I rescued the little girl, we planned to leave the city. We planned to take the little girl to a place further south. The little girl told us that her father was still in the hands of the Empire's people. Her father was the leader of the assassination attempt at the Hero Palace. Avina and I couldn't do anything about it. We could only let her go to Partheny alone. Like the little boy, she had to go to the Mercenary Association's president, Bolans. I took her spear out of my spatial ring and returned it to her. I also gave her Lophis purple light double-edged blades and told her to give them to the little boy. I was the one who introduced the little boy to the Hero Palace. I would ask Bolans to arrange for the two of them to stay together and supervise the little boy's training. The purple light double-edged blades would be his weapon. On the other side, in the Hero Palace, Kaiser the Great's residence. Idiots. You're all useless. You can't even do what I asked you to do. Kaiser the Great flew into a rage. This time, it was Kaiser the Great's idea to poison the assassins and make them fight each other in the arena. His original plan was to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, he wanted the assassins to fight each other. Second, he wanted to manipulate the odds of victory to make a fortune. Third, he wanted to show his magnanimity and kill the assassins at the same time. Originally, Emperor Keys felt that this move was flawless, but this sudden change ruined all his plans. Most importantly, he felt that he couldn't get out of the embarrassing situation today. He was afraid of my strength, but he also felt that he couldn't do whatever he wanted. This feeling of helplessness made him the most unhappy. In the German Empire, he, Kaiser the Great, could do whatever he wanted. When had he ever been humiliated like this? The floor was covered in fragments, and the maid was shivering in fear. After Kaiser the Great vented his anger, his expression changed. He smiled and told the maid to leave. Then, he took the crossbow on the wall and shot the maid to death. Stepping on the maid's head, Emperor Keys used his foot to crush her, venting the unhappiness in his heart. To the dungeon, Kaiser the Great said to the Imperial Guard guarding the door. At the same time, he revealed a sinister smile. He was going to take good care of this assassin leader. In the dungeon, it was dark and damp. From time to time, there were rats and cockroaches running around on the ground. In the empty corridor of the dungeon, heart-wrenching howls could be heard. A few wardens had been communicating with each other in private. It had been a few days. This brat can really take a beating. He's not dead yet. His life is really tough. How many days has it been? Ordinary people would have collapsed by now, one of the wardens said to another. That's right. I've been a prison warden for so long, but I've never seen someone like him. A few more miserable howls were heard. This time, the source of the sound was the imprisoned leader of the assassins who tried to assassinate the emperor. This person could be considered young, in his 30s. There wasn't a single piece of flesh on his body that was intact. The places that could be executed were all over his body. His skin was torn open, and even the saliva that he spat out was stained with blood. His entire body was covered in a mixture of sweat and blood. Are you going to talk or not? Who did this to you? I haven't used up all my methods yet. Don't think that this is the end. The warden bared his teeth, revealing a fierce expression. His Majesty Kaiser has arrived. Long live the Emperor! The Imperial Guard guarding the door shouted loudly. At this time, the prison wardens, Imperial Guards, and even the warden came to personally welcome Kaiser the Great. Kaiser the Great didn't waste any time with them. Instead, he walked straight to the cell where the leader of the assassins was imprisoned, followed by a group of well-equipped Imperial Guards. Your Majesty Kaiser, it's been so many days, and this guy still refuses to talk. The warden immediately followed behind and said eagerly, "A bunch of useless trash." Kaiser the Great said angrily, Yes, this lowly one deserves to die." The warden almost knelt down and flattered. Next, Emperor Keys was alone with the prisoner in the prison. The warden was scared out of his wits, afraid that something would happen. But when Emperor Keys came out, the warden's worried heart was relieved. Kaiser the Great personally ordered that this man must be kept alive. If this man died, then everyone in this prison would die with him. After that, Kaiser the Great left with the Imperial Guards, leaving behind the warden and the prison wardens who were drenched in cold sweat. After Emperor Keys returned, he issued an order the next day, which was to strictly investigate all things related to writing within the empire. He could not give any chance to those with ulterior motives who mixed among the people of the empire. From the next day onwards, the entire city was locked down, and all entrances and exits were strictly checked. The Imperial Guards searched door to door, and if they found any forbidden writings or letters, they would be immediately arrested, and their families would be taken into custody. For a time, the citizens of the city were mourning. Many people were reported or found to have forbidden writings, and they were either arrested or killed. At this time, a nameless circus was setting up a tent in an open space in the city. They were going to hold a circus here, and what was incredible was that their performance was completely free, but only 100 people could watch it every day. For a time, all the people who had nothing to do flocked over. One person spread the news to 10, and 10 to 100. Everyone wanted to see this magical circus. It was said that this circus had some super amazing performances, and it wasn't something that ordinary circuses could compare to. Many people came because of the circus's reputation, just to be able to be in the top 100 and watch the circus's performance. Everyone who watched the circus came out with a satisfied look on their faces. This made their reputation even more famous. Even Kaiser the Great, who liked novelties, heard about it. Even Kaiser the Great was a little curious, and he sent people to secretly investigate. After the people who went to investigate came back, they only said that there was no problem at all, and that their performance was simply wonderful. However, the strange thing was that the descriptions of the people who had seen it were all different. It seemed that this circus was indeed unique. This stimulated Kaiser the Great's curiosity even more, and he also wanted to see what was so magical about this circus. Therefore, he sent people to arrange and talk to the person in charge of this circus. The emperor wanted to book the whole place. However, the person in charge of this circus was very mysterious. He was actually a person wearing a mask, and his original appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He hesitated for a moment, but he still agreed to the emperor's request. He could hold a special performance for the emperor, but only 100 people could enter. Kaiser the Great thought for a moment and agreed. Chapter 178. At this moment, in this nameless circus, The man with the golden mask was sitting there. He was wearing a black robe and the empty expression on the mask was a little scary. It was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman from his appearance. His figure could be said to be a standard one, neither tall nor short. The boots on his feet were very exquisite and beautiful. The jet black leather boots looked very expensive. He didn't speak. In fact, his voice was also specially modified. It sounded like the hoarse voice of an old man. It was unknown if this was his original voice or if it was changed through some means. It was rare for people to have such a strange voice. The space inside the big tent of the circus was quite big. The audience could accommodate about 100 or 200 people. The stage could at least accommodate a few elephants performing there. Today, the circus released the news early in the morning that they would be resting for 3 days. Many people who came to line up left resentfully. It couldn't be helped. In fact, one of the 3 days of rest was actually a day specially prepared for the emperor. The other 2 days were used for rest and preparation. After all, the performance had been going on for a while. This time, the emperor came to watch personally. Of course, he didn't dare to slack off. A fair-skinned woman with silver hair sat beside the man with the golden mask. She looked very charming. She didn't speak either. At this moment, another woman spoke. She was a straightforward person. She was a woman with wine-red hair. Her figure was very good. The places that should be big were big, the places that should be small were small, the places that should be perky were perky, and the places that should be flat were flat. This red-haired woman wore a pair of black skin-tight leather pants that showed off her perfect figure. Unlike some women, wearing leather pants would only make people feel disgusted. She was wearing a close-fitting black tank top that exposed her arms. She looked very sexy. We're all ready. After such a long time, we're really a little embarrassed. This time, we really want to teach that little emperor a lesson. The woman with wine-red hair said. Her beautiful red lips made people drool. Serena, it's obvious that we can't do that now. Our priority now is to leave this place and go to the kingdom of Northland. There's no longer any value in staying here. The woman who spoke was wearing a blue dress with a silver necklace inlaid with red gems hanging around her beautiful neck. Her golden hair was very soft, giving people a dignified and calm feeling. Then tell me, Sevia, what should we do? Are we just going to sit around and wait for death? Are we going to watch the opportunity slip away from our hands with our own eyes? When have we ever been treated like this? When that brat the Odin was still around, when have we not lived a life of luxury? Ever since that brat, the black dragon Erdal, attacked the wings of destruction, our quality of life has plummeted. I don't know where that brat captured his father and hid him. There hasn't been any news of him for so many years. I told you to leave this place long ago, but you didn't listen. Now, those bastards from the church are looking for us all over the city. The wine-red-haired Serena complained alone. That's enough, Serena. Stop talking. Aren't you afraid that others will find out about our identities? Don't forget your mission. You're not here to enjoy life. At this time, the man with the golden mask said in a low and hoarse male voice, which made people uncomfortable. Yes, yes. Besides, aren't we still fine now? The church has been looking for us for so long, but they still haven't found us. I think it's very interesting now. At this time, the fair-skinned girl with a childlike face and long silver hair blinked her big eyes and said, You're so boring, Nicella. I really don't know how you got into our witch council. I don't know what you're used for either. Maybe your purpose is to act dumb and cute. Serena shook her head and felt very helpless. She was the only one here who was excited, while the others looked indifferent. Don't be too excited. We all know how you feel, but now is not the time. We're not doing things for ourselves. We have a noble mission. Sevia, who was wearing a blue dress and looking like a lady, tried to smooth things over. She didn't want them to have internal strife at this time. H, you only know how to bully me. Nicella was sullen by Serena's words, but she didn't dare to refute. She knew how terrible Serena was when she was angry. Then what should we do? Don't always pretend to be deep. You should make a decision. You're our leader now. Serena vented her anger on the man in the black robe and the golden mask. These 2 days, you should prepare well. When Kaiser the Great comes to watch the performance, we do have to give a big gift. Let's do it this way. We'll prepare to leave for the Kingdom of Northland in 2 days. The man in the golden mask finally gave an order. In this way, the 4 of them dispersed and went to prepare their own things. There was a group of people in this circus, but they really traveled extensively and relied on circuses for a living. In their career, the people in the places where they went had heard the news as early as a few days ago, looking forward to the arrival of this circus. In such an era, circuses were the entertainment of ordinary people's ordinary lives. Those wonderful and funny circuses always made people feel happy and relaxed. Their circus actually had a name. It was called the Circus of Freedom, but it was not very famous in Kellendale. In many towns and villages, they were very famous. When the convoy of the circus drove over from afar with cages of rare and exotic beasts, people crowded around them. Naturally, there were all kinds of animals in the cages of the circus. In this special circus, one could also find all kinds of rare animals. There were grey sandworms that stood upright like meatworms, monsters with a large number of tentacles around them, white lizards with forked tongues and agile bodies, hunting monkeys that were larger than ordinary monkeys, and obedient spiders and other strange creatures. In short, there were dwarfs who knew how to use flying daggers, beautiful beast tamers, and so on. However, what really made them popular in Calendir was the recent letters about the Delman language. The Empire was cracking down on them, so many people came to watch the circus to avoid being searched. Another reason was the participation of Serena and the other 3, which made this circus completely popular. As a result, the person in charge of the circus became the man in the golden mask who joined later. Chapter 179. In fact, the people in this circus were all happy travelers. They were very open-minded and lived very clearly. They used an open-minded mentality to seize every minute and second of life, hoping to live a wonderful life. Many people were actually born with disabilities. In their eyes, these defective products of the God of Creation's assembly line were the real dazzling pearls. A guy with 8 tentacles. He still vaguely remembered the first time he went on stage. The stage was very bright. At first, he was not used to it. After his eyes adjusted to the light, he saw the black mass of heads around him. Children of his age were squeezed in front of the audience. In addition to being curious about him, people also seemed to be afraid of him. The parents would push their children's backs and encourage them to stand forward. Be brave, baby, look. He's locked up. He won't bite. Some of the children screamed and slapped their cages, making faces to hide their fear. Has anyone ever seen anything stranger than this? Oh, no, human beings. Look at his upper body. It's completely a cute child, no different from your son. But he has no hands, no legs, and no penis. He only has these few fresh and delicious tentacles. The audience pretended to be calm and laughed. They also did not believe that a human could grow like this. You must want to know who his parents are, right? His father is the giant octopus of the Sinker subterranean sea. His body is as big as an entire castle, and his physical strength is superb. He is worthy of being the overlord of the Sinker subterranean sea. His mother is a young and beautiful ignorant girl who was deceived by the giant octopus in human form and gave birth to this freak. This was the first time he heard about his own background. He didn't know if what the commentator said was true, but it sounded very reasonable. It could also be made up by the group leader, but who cared? He had been traveling with this circus for as long as he could remember. This was just the beginning. Since that day, his body and his mother's shame were displayed in front of people day and night. Women, men, old people, and children came to see him from morning to night. Their eyes flashed with excitement, fear, and disgust. At that time, how could he have known that he would never be able to shake off such a gaze for the rest of his life? This was only a small story of one of them. In this place called the Circus Libra, there were too many secrets and endless stories to tell. Other people's stories might be more interesting, such as the previous regiment commander. If there was a chance in the future, he would slowly tell them their stories. Finally, it was the day that Emperor Keys was going to attend. Everyone was very nervous, afraid that something would go wrong. Very soon, without any fanfare, Emperor Keys arrived with about 100 imperial guards that he had agreed on. Kaiser the Great sat in the best spot with more than 100 people gathered in one place. The auditorium was fan-shaped, forming a semicircle. High barbed wire fences surrounded the auditorium, separating the performance area from the auditorium. At this moment, the curtain opened, and a man in a colorful dress walked out from the backstage. The man gave Kaiser the Great the biggest impression he had was his two beautiful, oily mustaches. "Welcome, Your Majesty Cass, to the Circus of Freedom. I'm Glenn from the circus. Next, we'll do our best to give you a wonderful performance." Glenn's voice was loud and magnetic. What was even more surprising was that after his introduction, the audience was silent, as if his voice had a mysterious magic power. Kaiser the Great looked at all of this with interest. Glenn waved his right hand gently and a ring of fire was suddenly thrown out, arousing Kaiser the Great's interest. Then, with a lion's roar, a man riding on a lion rushed out of the ring of fire. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Glenn had already quietly retreated into the ring of fire and disappeared. He actually created a ring of fire out of thin air and teleported a beast tamer and a lion over. Kaiser the Great murmured, "Ordinary people only think that this is a magic show, but I'm sure that this is a secret technique, a very powerful secret technique." At this moment, the beast tamer waved his long whip and chased the lion to jump into the rings of fire that appeared out of thin air. Sometimes, he would jump into one ring of fire and then jump out of another. Sometimes, many rings of fire would be arranged in a row. The lion would pass through all the rings of fire with an amazing ability to stay in the air and jump out. It was really full of tricks. That lion is not an ordinary beast. It should have mutated. Kaiser the Great thought. And that long whip, it doesn't look like an ordinary whip. Kaiser the Great felt more and more that this circus was indeed different. He was a person who did not have a childhood. Occasionally, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood. He wished that he could watch this circus at that time. After that, it was the clown's turn to appear. He rode a unicycle, walked on a tightrope, threw a ball, and changed his face. They were all very exciting and won Kaiser the Great's applause. Among them, the clown's change of face caught Kaiser the Great's attention the most. His change of face did not change the clown's face that was smeared with white powder. Instead, he changed the person under the clown's face without changing the clown's face. When the audience realized that the clown was no longer a clown, the most obvious thing was that the clown's clothes were no longer the clown's original costume. This was easy to say, but it had to be done in front of everyone and unconsciously make people ignore the clown's change. It was very difficult to do so. After the clown left the stage, it was the male and female acrobats who flew up in the air to do aerial relays, high-altitude tightrope walking and so on. Finally, the magician appeared. It was the classic white dove magic. Is that all? Kaiser the Great was obviously not very interested in these ordinary acrobatics. After all, he was the emperor of the empire. What kind of strange things had he not seen before? The emperor's words scared the magician who was performing the magic trick so much that his hands trembled and he almost dropped the prop on the ground. "Your Majesty, the next to appear is the dwarf throwing knife battle with the beautiful assistant." Glenn was so scared that he immediately explained from the side. It must be known that Kaiser the Great was not someone they could provoke. If he was angry, the heads of all the people in the circus would be moved. In order to not let everyone's heads move, Glenn racked his brains to cater to Kaiser the Great. Unexpectedly, Kaiser the Great did not buy it at all. He angrily said that he had never seen such things before. If they only used this kind of performance to fool him, he was afraid that he would raze this place to the ground. Glenn was so scared that his whole body trembled. He did not dare to let the dwarf's throwing knife performance appear on stage. Forget it, it was better to invite them on stage. This was the reason why the circus had become so popular during this period of time. He could only pin his hopes on them. "Your Majesty Kaiser, please watch the next performance. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Glenn said with a smile. All right, I'll give you another chance. Chapter 180. At this moment, a strange light lit up on the circus stage. Suddenly, a dragon rushed out from the backstage. That dragon was lifelike. It was the black dragon Erdel, known as the Wing of Destruction. It rushed towards Kaiser the Great, and hot dragon flames spewed out over the circus. That scorching dragon breath made Kaiser the Great feel incomparably real. This was the shadow of his childhood. It was as if he had returned to that day. That day happened to be July 20th, 1492, the sun moon, the summer celebration, the day when the Wing of Destruction Black Dragon Erdel attacked the holy city of Kellendil. That day, he lost his father, the Odin the Great, forever. He should have been a prince who grew up happily and was envied by everyone, but after that day, he had a hard time living like this. At this moment, the man wearing the golden mask was casting magic. The air seemed to be under his control. His name was Claudia, and he could also cast some illusions. Suddenly, the black dragon was shot from 3 different directions by 3 different colored lights. The 3 rays of light were white, red, and green respectively. The giant dragon was restrained by the 3 rays of light and struggled desperately. Even the entire circus felt like it was going to fall apart. Then, the dragon shattered in front of everyone and turned into purple starlight that filled the sky. 3 beautiful women descended from the sky. They were Nissera, Serena, and Sevia. They were all wearing silver masks. After slowly descending, they bowed to Kaiser the Great. At this moment, the entire circus was abnormally quiet. Glenn felt that his sweat dripping down could probably be heard. Kaiser the Great pondered for a long time before slowly raising his hands and clapping. Then, all the imperial guards followed suit. Very good, it is indeed a wonderful performance. Pass down my order. Later, get someone to send over the reward gold coins. For the time being, tell them not to go out. Kaiser the Great said to his subordinates. Then, Kaiser the Great left the Circus of Freedom with a group of people. Go and inform the Pope. Tell him that I've found the person they're looking for. The rest is up to them. After saying that, Kaiser the Great left without looking back. Although he also thought that this circus performance was indeed wonderful, he still reported them. Next, he could sit and watch a good show. He didn't care whether they lived or died. In the Circus of Freedom, Serena's hands were still itching with hatred. Claudia, who was wearing a golden mask, told her that now was not the time to make a move. This little emperor definitely could not die. At the same time, Claudia told the other 3 members of the Witch Council that a good show was about to take place today, and the answer would soon be revealed. At that time, it would be time for them to play. At this time, Pope Eki of the San Antonio Cathedral received a letter from Kaiser the Great. Ekasi opened the wax seal with the emperor's coat of arms and took out the letter to read. While reading the letter, a satisfied smile appeared on Ekasi's face. After such a long time, today's opportunity finally came. It seems that today is the best time to eradicate the Witch Council. It seems that this is the grace of the 7 gods. Quickly, summon the heads of the 3 major knight regiments, all the bishops and inquisitors here. There's no time to lose. Pope Eki ordered the Templar Knight beside him. The power of this church was mainly composed of the Templar Knights directly under the Pope and the 3 major knight regiments, namely Red Flame, Twilight and Falcon, plus the religious zealots led by the inquisitors and the knights and priests under the bishops. This was a huge force from top to bottom. They could even be said to be on par with the Empire's system. They were almost a country within a country. The previous witch hunt was mainly handled by the armed religious zealots under the inquisitors and the knights under the bishops. This time, Pope Eki would do his best. He couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away from his hands. At this time, the entire periphery of the Circus of Freedom was secretly surrounded and controlled by the Templar Knights directly under the Pope. What he needed to do now was to summon all the leaders of the Kellendil Church and let them lead their own men to carry out this most important operation. Soon, the heads of the 3 major knight regiments of the church arrived. They were the Falcon Sacred Knight, Gregory Gerard, who had replaced Duane as the new head of the Falcon Knights. The second was the cold female head of the Twilight Knights, one of the 10 Sacred Knights, Sacred Knight Margaret, dear Sacred Knight. The third person was the commander of the Crimson Flame Knights. This bare Sacred Knight, Coleman, was nearly 2 dimeters tall. He wore a black heavy armor with the emblem of flames on it and a winged helmet on his head. His weapon was a giant axe. Next was the Inquisitor dressed in white. His name was Araman, and he was also one of the 10 Sacred Knights. He was the Snake Sacred Knight. Next, the bishops scattered all over the place brought their men and rushed to San Antonio Cathedral. These bishops were actually the ones in charge of their respective areas. They could also be understood as the local pope. They had their own knights and priests directly under them. The bishop who had escaped from Prin Harbor was the same as these bishops, but because he was the bishop of a large city, his authority and status were naturally much greater than the bishops of other small places. It was a pity that his church and his influence no longer existed. If not for him risking his life to come back and bring back news of Prin Harbor, the empire might not have known about it for a long time. This bishop was called Hemmons, and was nicknamed the Iron Blood Bishop. He was dressed in black armor and held a sharp sword in his hand. He could be considered a person of strength. Now that he had lost his territory, he was temporarily under the Pope's command. The Pope had given his direct temple knights to this Iron Blood Bishop Hemmons to lead. One after another, everyone responded to the Pope's call as quickly as possible and rushed to the headquarters of the church, San Antonio Cathedral. For a time, the whole of Kellendale was very lively. The city had been closed for a period of time, and today, so many people from the church had rushed in from outside the city. Seeing this, the people were in a panic. During this time, the empire's soldiers were busy going from house to house, searching for letters and so on to see who was the traitor among the empire's people. Everyone was suffering unspeakably. However, no one dared to say anything. The recent rebels had all become gladiators, and the only survivor was saved by an expert. However, the witch council had already made all the preparations and was ready to go all out. Chapter 181. Let's go. It should be about time. Have you contacted the others I told you to contact? Crocia, who was wearing a golden mask and a black robe, asked the other 3. We've contacted them. Everyone, wait for our signal. When the time comes, we'll act together. When the time comes, it shouldn't be a problem to break through the gates of Kellendale, Sevia said. The people they wanted to contact were actually people who knew magic and had previously worked for the Witch Council, as well as those mysterious organizations that worshipped nature. They were people who had been wantonly oppressed recently and could only flee. At the same time, at the headquarters of the church, St. Antonio's Cathedral, all the people were ready. Pope Exi had personally ordered them to begin the capture mission. At the same time, he had a temple knight by his side send a letter to the king, informing him to send more people to reinforce the gates of Kellendale. They couldn't let anyone escape. At the same time, the 3 major knight regiments were stationed at 3 different gates of Kellendale. Iron Bishop Hemmons led the temple knights and the rest of the people to the last gate. No matter where they fled, they would encounter an iron barrel-like defense. It would be impossible to escape even if they had wings. The presiding judge led the religious fanatics directly to the Circus of Freedom station to capture people. The other bishops led the knights and priests of the church to spread out and search the city. A great battle was about to break out. Looks like the weather is going to change today. Pope Exi, who was dressed in white, raised his head and said. On the Circus of Freedom's side, the real members of the Circus of Freedom were also ready. They also wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave this place and wander the world. Haha, I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time. I feel like today is going to be a refreshing day. Serena, who was dressed in black tight clothes and had a head of beautiful wine-red hair, laughed happily as she spoke. At the same time, flames ignited in her hands. Are we really going to do this? I didn't expect this to be the result. Looks like I can't fall behind. The silver-haired Nacella wore a cute little white dress. Why do the 2 of you look like you're going to a masquerade party? Sevia, who was dressed in the most standard grey-brown magic robe, said in surprise when she saw the 2 of them. If you're ready, then let's get started. Let's celebrate the summer celebration. Taking off her black robe, Crocia was still wearing her golden mask. She had a head of black hair, and this time, it wasn't the strange hoarse voice of a middle-aged man, but rather a very gentle voice. He really didn't expect her to be a woman, but it wasn't strange. Most people with the name Crocia were women's names. Although there was also a male version of this name, Croatia, with the same pronunciation, it was just that very few men would choose this name. The four women rushed out of the Circus of Freedom and were immediately surrounded by a group of imperial soldiers and temple knights who were secretly monitoring the area. The people from the Circus of Freedom followed behind. They didn't want to charge in front and become corpses under the swords of these people from the Empire. Serena didn't say anything and threw out the two balls of flames in her hands like snowballs. They landed on the imperial soldiers and temple knights. The explosion and flames instantly left a large group of soldiers and temple knights badly mutilated. Half of their bodies were charred black, and they were still crawling on the ground. Who would have thought that these people who used to flaunt their prowess and commit all kinds of evil would make such painful sounds? It seemed that everyone wanted to be violent, but they didn't expect that violence would fall on their heads one day. It really could be said that what goes around comes around. However, these imperial soldiers and temple knights didn't dare to retreat because they knew that the consequences of retreating would be even worse. Even their own families would be implicated. They could only brace themselves and charge forward, praying to the seven gods that they wouldn't be the ones to die. They did their best to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. For a moment, a large number of soldiers and temple knights surged forward like a tide, vainly trying to use their advantage in numbers to control these four people. It's time to send the signal. Wearing a golden mask, the black-haired Crocia said. She began to silently chant an incantation, preparing her magic as she walked. Sevia was on the side, protecting her with her purple wooden staff. Serena and Nicella were in charge of opening the way. Nicella used ice magic agilely. Icicles and ice blades appeared out of thin air or rose from the ground, piercing through the fully armed temple knights and soldiers. Some people were directly frozen into beautiful ice sculptures, but they shattered into ice shards in the blink of an eye. These two women, one ice and one fire, opened the way in front. They were going to the north gate according to their agreement. They were going to escape Kellendil from there, or more accurately, kill their way out of Kellendil. Come on, don't you want to catch people who know magic? I'm right here. Why don't you come and catch me? Serena taunted as she used her flames to kill non-stop. Her magic power was simply astonishing. The Temple Knight's anti-magic methods might be able to deal with ordinary magicians, but against these four witches with amazing magic power, it was really not enough. At this time, Avina and I were also in Kellendil. We knew that something big had happened, but we decided to hide ourselves. No matter who dares to invade us, we will kill without mercy. We will only observe in the dark and watch the show. At this moment, in the Empire's Hero Palace, on a high tower overlooking the whole of Kellendil, Morse smiled. He was also a spectator, but he hoped that the church's people would die as much as possible. Alonso was not so leisurely. His people were also rushing to different places in the city. They were responsible for ensuring the safety of the ordinary people and guarding the city gate. Kaiser the Great was taking a bath in the marble bathtub. He was tasting fine wine, and next to him was the letter from the Pope, which had been thrown on the ground. Haha, you guys can mess around. After you've messed around enough, isn't what I say the most effective? A smile appeared on Emperor Key's face as he thought about it. He had his own wishful thinking. Suddenly, the sky became pitch black, and the sun was covered. Only red flashes could be seen rolling in the black clouds. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell, accompanied by a rolling fireball. Then, the whole of Kellendil was suddenly swept by a raging wind. It was really terrifying, as if the end of the world had come. At this time, Claudia had released such a powerful magic. She felt sweat dripping down her cheeks. It was a bit strenuous. It was just a bit strenuous. If it were someone else who released this magic, not to mention whether or not they could release it, The magic consumption alone would be enough to drain a high-level magician to death. Chapter 182. Many people saw the sky suddenly turn pitch black. Lightning and fireballs rolled down, turning the city into a hellish place. These people immediately set off and prepared to go to the North Gate. According to the agreement, they would break through the North Gate together today. Among them were mags, witches, mysterious organizations that advocated nature, and some people who resisted tyranny. The imperial army and the knights of the church were also mobilized. The 3 knights stationed at the 4 gates in the 4 directions and the holy knights led by the Bishop of Iron and Blood were already in place. The ones in charge of the North Gate were my old acquaintances, the members of the Falcon Knights. The current head was Grigory Gerald. On the side of the Witch Council, Claudia was a little weak. After all, not everyone could release this giant magic. At this time, Sylvia, who was wearing a magic robe, was guarding Claudia. Sylvia chanted an incantation and summoned a stone giant with her purple wood wand. The stone giant broke out of the marble street and stood guard beside the 2 of them. Serena had already summoned the flame servant. She and the flame servant released flame bursts together. Like moving magic crystal cannons, they kept smashing at the people of the church who came to block them. For a time, no one could get close to them. Those who rushed up were just coming to die. The flame servant was burning with flames. She was not a living creature, just an elemental spirit in the shape of a woman, without life. On Nicella's side, ice spears constantly emerged from the ground, as well as her own frozen hands and frost arrows, killing the people of the Empire and the church. They were all turned into ice shards on the ground. The 4 of them rushed all the way, and no one could stop them. The people of the Circus of Freedom also followed behind them, trying to escape the city. Serena, who was quickly opening the way in front, came to a corner of the street. There were several religious zealots of the church. They were holding weapons such as spiked hammers and were surrounding a witch and 2 mags. These people saw the change in the sky and went to the North Gate according to the previous agreement. The few people who knew magic were about to be surrounded and captured by the religious zealots and other knights who were searching the entire city. At this time, Nisera appeared. She quickly chanted an incantation and summoned a frost servant spirit behind those people. This frost servant spirit was like a ghost. Its whole body was made of ice, and it floated in the air. A frost blade appeared in the frost servant spirit's hand. She used this frost blade to secretly stab those people in the heart. By the time the members of the order realized what had happened, more than half of them were dead or injured. Among the remaining members, there was a leader who looked like a captain. They all looked at Nicella in horror. Nicella slowly walked over. Her white dress didn't have a single drop of blood on it. She smiled like an innocent little girl. Those who knew magic immediately ran over to Crocia's side and joined them. Nicera had already frozen their feet to the ground. They could only feel fear and could not run away. "Please, don't kill us." The captain-like person was so scared that he threw his sword on the ground and raised his hands in surrender. "Don't kill you. Unless you dig out your eyes." Nicella smiled happily, but her words were like those of a little devil. When they heard this, they looked at each other. After a fierce struggle, one of them really dug out his eyes. His painful screams made these people shudder. However, that person wanted to live. In order to live, his eyes were nothing. When the others saw this, they swallowed their saliva. A few more people dug out their eyes. Blood flowed out of their eye sockets. One of them even died on the spot. The captain-like person didn't dig out his eyes. He was still afraid, but he didn't want to die. He could only pray to the 7 gods. Seeing that the knight captain ignored her order and prayed in front of her, Nicella couldn't help but laugh. "Go to hell. What 7 gods? Let me see who can save you." Nicella shot a frost arrow directly into the knight captain's eye socket and out of his helmet. The knight captain fell down powerlessly. At this time, a large group of knights and religious zealots came to reinforce this side. Serena also rushed over at this time. She came up and mocked Nicella. "It's so hard for you to deal with these small soldiers. Can you deal with them? If you can't, tell me. I'll help you. Serena sneered. Humph. It's none of your business. It's not fun at all. Go to hell. Nicella's eyes suddenly became cold. Countless ice blades flew to the knights and religious zealots whose hands and feet were frozen. In an instant, these people's heads were neatly cut off accurately. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. In this way, these people who were arrogant and ready to bully the witches were now headless corpses. After quickly dealing with them, the witch council took more and more people they encountered and fled together to the north gate of Kellendil, which was guarded by the Falcon Knights. All the way to the north, the witch council led all kinds of oppressed people. The only way to the north gate was the Kellendil Colosseum. There were many slaves, gladiators, trapped beasts, and so on. There was also a large group of indifferent imperial dignitaries and some gamblers. Nicella thought that they would have to go around the Colosseum. She also thought that the people in the Colosseum would have already fled because of the sudden change in the sky. But she was wrong. Claudia didn't intend to go around the Colosseum from the beginning. She said that if she wanted to do something, she would make it big. Maya Vina overlooked all this from the sky. I turned into my half-dragon form, and Avina rode on the elf Ronwhip. In fact, it was the first time I had heard of such a mysterious organization, the Witch Council. It was a bit interesting. I always faintly felt that the Witch Council was inextricably linked to me. I decided not to take action and just watch all this. Suddenly, I saw the flag of the Falcon Knights. They were stationed at the North Gate. I looked at the route of these people. They should also be going to the North Gate. Now there was a good show to watch. At this time, the Kellendil Colosseum was still full of people. Although the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning and fireballs fell from time to time, it still couldn't stop these people from gambling. At this time, Claudia had recovered a lot. She decided to take the initiative to attack the Colosseum, although there were no people from the church there. Chapter 183. With a leap, Crocia jumped into the Colosseum. Right now, there were two slave gladiators fighting each other in the Colosseum. When they saw Crocia, who was wearing a golden mask and had beautiful black hair, the two of them actually stopped fighting each other for a moment. Crocia knelt on one knee and quickly chanted an obscure incantation. The incantation seemed to be draconic and even the other three couldn't understand it. At this moment, the other three members of the Witch Council brought all their followers and charged into the Colosseum. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew and the entire Colosseum was enveloped by a powerful storm barrier. Anyone who tried to escape from the storm barrier would be torn to shreds by the countless wind blades. Looking at this scene from the sky, even I was shocked by this strength. This was definitely the strength of a domain. On the other side, at the other three city gates that were in charge of guarding. Dressed in heavy armor, Coleman held a huge axe and stood guard here. However, there wasn't any movement here. If not for them cooperating with the knights and religious zealots brought by the bishop, they might not have been able to make any progress. He was also very puzzled. As a bare holy knight, his battle strength was very strong but his intelligence was relatively lacking. At this moment, his assistant, Chirag, was also dressed in military attire. He sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, a knight from the Alonso family and a holy knight came together to pass down the new orders from the Pope. They were to rush to the North Gate and reinforce there. As it turned out, Alonso had determined the goal of this group of rebels and notified the Pope. Pope Exi also quickly gave the order to transfer the majority of the troops from the other three city gates to the North Gate. Coleman left Chirag in charge of guarding the city gates while he led the majority of the Scarlet Flame Knights and the messenger towards the North Gate. All the resistance they encountered on the way was cruelly killed by them. Today, the last few days of the summer celebration, was still a day of bloodshed. On the Twilight Knight side, the dear Holy Knight Margaret left her two assistants, Jetta and Ryan, in charge of guarding the city gates while she personally led people towards the North Gate. The Iron Blood Bishop Hemmons also led a large number of Temple Knights to the Northern Gate with the messenger. The three reinforcements of the Church, Alonso's army, and a part of the Imperial City Defense Army were all involved in the encirclement mission. After all, The witch council had turned the whole of Kellendale upside down, and all forces were exposed. The head judge of the church, the Snake Holy Knight, Ahriman, also began to order his men to shrink their search area and encircle the northern gate. Many people died tragically at their hands or were captured alive. On the other side of the Colosseum, the people led by the witch council announced the freedom of the slaves and the oppressed. All the gamblers, nobles, commoners, soldiers, and relevant people were slaughtered by these people who had accumulated too much hatred. Even the people from the Circus of Freedom killed some Durman. Don't mention how delightful it was. Everyone felt a long-awaited carefree feeling, leaving behind a ground full of Durman corpses. Among them were a few Imperial soldiers who tried to attack Croatia, but they were all cut in half at the waist by Croatia's wind blades. More importantly, even after being cut in half, their lower bodies still managed to walk a few more steps before collapsing, leaving behind a pool of blood mixed with all kinds of things on the ground. However, these people deserved to die. No one was innocent. The officials in charge of the Colosseum had all died tragically. All the slaves and trapped beasts were released. Some of the trapped beasts went out of control after being released, so Croatia and the others couldn't be bothered to care. Croatia dispelled the storm barrier spell and led everyone towards the north gate. Along the way, the Imperial soldiers chasing after them saw the tragic scene. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. What kind of enemy could leave behind so many tragic corpses? At this time, the scattered rebels who had fled all over the city finally followed the footsteps of the witch council. These people gathered at the north gate. At this time, the people led by the witch council met the members of the Falcon Knights who had been waiting for them at the north gate. In the face of the fierce rebels, Grigory Gerald was calm and composed. He told Catherine Jones and the other members to be ready. They must not let anyone pass through here. In the face of the Falcon Knights' attitude, Croatia and the others also showed the determination to pass through. A war was about to break out. 3 forces of the church were also rushing here from different directions. They were the Red Flame Knights led by Coleman, the Twilight Knights led by Margaret, and the Holy Knights led by Bishop Hemmons. Of course, the people led by the Chief Judge and Alonso were one step ahead of them. They had already crossed the terrible Colosseum and were desperately rushing towards the North Gate. They wanted to surround the Witch Council at the North Gate and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Serena still didn't want to talk nonsense with the enemy. She had already fought with the Falcon Knights, and Nicella was not willing to fall behind. She also killed a few knights. The knights of the 3 major knight corps of the church could not be compared to the knights of the church under the command of ordinary bishops. They were the elites of the elites, the core force of the church, and had a variety of means to deal with magic. Serena and Nicella clearly felt a little strained. That holy knight had yet to make a move. Facing the knights led by Catherine Jones who were fully clad in plate armor, Serena and Nicella could no longer do as they pleased as before. In the face of these well-equipped and well-trained knights, the other rebels and freed slaves were like a sheet of loose sand. Many of them fell into a pool of blood. They were already very close to the North Gate. There was no other way. There would always be people who would be sacrificed. They knew this from the very beginning. Croatia had not yet made a move. At this time, she had to pay attention to the paladin because he was the only one here who was worthy of Croatia making a move. At this time was very precious. She also knew that reinforcements would come at any time, and it would only be more difficult to break through the encirclement. At this time, some ordinary knights and religious zealots appeared behind the rebels. The chief judge had led his people here, and Alonso's imperial army had also arrived. For a moment, there was not much time left for the witch council. The chief judge was the oldest of the 10 living paladins of the church. He was also the most sinister and vicious. He was the snake paladin, and on his chest was a snake paladin badge. His men quickly clashed with the resistance. At this time, the resistance was being attacked from both sides. The presiding judge ignored everyone and directly charged at Croatia. At this time, Sevilla stood in front of Croatia to block him. Chapter 184. The stone giant also appeared beside Sevier. The chief judge of the church, Ahriman, was still dressed in white. This chief judge had a gloomy face and didn't look like a good person. The rest of the knights of the church, under the command of several knight commanders and the Ironblood Bishop Hemmons, had hurried here. They slowly approached the northern gate, coming to a halt outside the northern gate and forming several neat square formations. The rebels and slaves who wanted to escape Kellendil were all nervously watching the battlefield, although some of them were fighting with the religious zealots and some of the knights of the church. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen such a large army. Of course, Alonso's army had also rushed over. Under the black armor that flickered with cold light was a group of devils who took pleasure in harvesting the lives of heretics and people who knew magic. They were warriors blessed by the 7 gods, as well as believers who swore loyalty to the 7 gods. If not for Crocia and the others holding the fort here, many of them probably wouldn't even have the courage to raise their heads and look at the numerous enemies. Coleman, who was in the center of the formation, slowly drew his sword and pointed it at the temporary allied army formed by the rebels. Charred! A mournful roar covered everything and resounded throughout the battlefield. Behind him, nearly 1,000 Crimson Flame Knights flew toward the north gate. One had to know that these were the Crimson Flame Knights, one of the 3 most elite knight regiments of the church. They were fearless and invincible as they surged toward the rebels like a tide. At this moment, the rebels led by Crocia had been completely surrounded, and the situation was very unfavorable for them. The knights of the church quickly charged back and forth between the rebels, while Serena and the others fixed their gazes on them. The necks of the knights who were galloping at high speed suddenly exploded, and their heads flew high into the air as their bodies fell from the backs of their horses. Serena's flame explosion magic had shown its great power in the first round of battle with the Falcon Knights. The extremely fast speed caused the leader of the knights to die before he could react. Coupled with the magic of the Flame Servant Spirit, many well-equipped and well-trained Crimson Flame Knights died in the chaotic battle. For a moment, everyone worked together. Claudia released a magical storm of fire, lightning, falling rocks, and ice. The area where the northern gate was located was shrouded in magical radiance of various colors, and the world instantly turned dusky. Everyone, let's work harder. I think there's hope for this battle. If we win, we will be heroes in the future, the creators of the great history of the continent. In the midst of the chaotic battle, someone shouted loudly. The Circus of Freedom was also in the midst of it. Their people were tightly huddled together, seeking to protect themselves. On the other side, Sevier and Ahriman were facing off against each other. Several blue rays of light flew out from Sevier's hands and shot towards Ahriman. Suddenly, a misty light lit up, and wisps of blue water slowly rose up, enveloping the entire north gate. The ripples of light soon turned into thousands of threads, entangling many ordinary knights and religious zealots at the north gate, as well as the imperial soldiers who were not contributing at all. These soldiers were attracted by the power of the water waves, and were swallowed by the torrents that descended from the sky in groups. Waves after waves carried the soldiers of the Empire back into the city. In this way, Sevier relied on her amazing water magic to send most of the ordinary enemies back into the city. Apart from the 3 major knight regiments, the Holy Knights, and the powerful knight commanders, there were almost no enemies left. This move of Sevier's was very terrifying. None of her own people were injured, and the torrents formed by the magic seemed to have marked all the enemies. You dare to embarrass yourself with such petty tricks? Today, I'll make all of you witches fall here. The Ahriman was obviously somewhat angry. When had he, Ahriman, ever been afraid of people who knew magic? The presiding judge did not stand on ceremony either. With him as the center, a purple light enveloped the entire area, encompassing almost all of the rebels. I'll let you have a taste of my magic seal. A moment later, everyone was hit by Ahriman's move. No, this is absolutely impossible. I can't control my magic. The magic in my body seems to have been cut off. What's going on? Many of the rebels also relied on magic to attack. The group of mags looked at Ahriman in panic, and for a moment, they were at a loss. What made them even more terrified was that the magic they had released with great effort was actually being guided by a mysterious force and flying towards them. What kind of terrifying power was this? Such a huge magic seal was simply appalling. Sure enough, he was the oldest surviving paladin. The stone giant summoned by Sevier was directly destroyed at this moment, turning into a pile of rubble. Serena's and Nicella's flame and frost spirit also met the same fate. The battlefield became unpredictable for a moment. Even the sky returned to normal. It seemed that Claudia's magic had also lost its effect. Everyone fell into shock and despair. They did not expect the church to have such a powerful expert. This strength was simply too terrifying. "Now, I'll play with you." Araman revealed a treacherous smile. On the Falcon Knight's side, Grigory Gerard had yet to make a move. He knew that the Lord Araman had personally come, so naturally, he did not need to do anything. The most important thing for them was to guard the north gate and not let anyone out of the city. Coleman, Margaret, and the Iron Bishop Hemmons had long heard that the Lord Araman, who was in charge of the Court of Justice, was astonishingly powerful and old. He was also a fanatical believer who did things ruthlessly and mercilessly. Today, they saw that the rumors were true. The moment he appeared, he almost forced the enemy into a desperate situation. For a moment, it seemed that a bloody massacre was about to unfold. Because the church had a one-sided advantage, the rebels could only surrender. They did not want to go to the prison of the church's court. They all knew how terrifying it was. At this moment, the fate of these people could only hope for a miracle to happen. But whether a miracle would happen or not, everyone knew in their hearts. Miracles did not happen every day, but it did not mean that they would never happen. Flames ignited in Serena's hands, and Nicella stabbed a nearby knight to death with an ice spear. Chapter 185. How is this possible? Presiding Judge Araman couldn't help but widen his eyes. He couldn't believe that someone could break through his magic seal. "What's the matter, presiding judge? Is it very difficult to break your magic seal? If only we knew, perhaps we would understand the origin of magic more thoroughly than you," Serena said proudly. "Go, capture these heretics." The presiding judge couldn't care less about anything else. He commanded the others to attack those who couldn't release magic for the time being. "Then you'll have to ask if we agree to it first. Nicella, let's see who can kill more people. My enthusiasm is burning, haha." Serena laughed loudly. "All right, although it feels boring, the screams of the knights of the church are still very pleasant to hear." Nicella curled her lips and cast frost magic at the same time. On Claudia's side, she had already secretly prepared an attack spell. Accompanied by a strong wave of magic, the air in Claudia's palm was compressed into a thin piece under the effect of the powerful magic, and then quickly flew towards Gerard. Woo! This magic with the appearance of a blade flew rapidly in the air, causing the air to fluctuate and forming a shocking cry. "Have a taste of my wind blade spell." A string of magic spells in a strange language was sharply recited, and another blade-like spell formed in Claudia's hand. Whoosh! The magic blade shot out and swung continuously in the air, dazzling everyone who saw it. They didn't know how to dodge it. It was also the first time Gerard had seen this type of magic. He couldn't think of a good way to defend himself at the moment, and could only move his body quickly so that Claudia's spell couldn't accurately hit the target. Poochie, poochie. Claudia's wind blade spell didn't hit Gerard, and only left permanent marks on the bodies of 2 Falcon Knights. The bodies of the 2 Falcon Knights had already been cut in 2. Gerard supported himself with both hands on the ground, and with a few rapid cartwheels, he moved his body behind an obstacle, dodging Crozier's magic. He hid his whole body behind the obstacle, while his mind was constantly thinking of countermeasures. In an instant, Gerard continuously dodged Claudia's spells. He had already determined that this wind blade spell was a spell that focused on attacking a single target. Then, Gerard bent his knees and used the force of his legs to shoot out as if he was flying. After all, Gerard was one of the 10 great paladins of the church. He still had this bit of strength. Whoosh! A wind blade spell flew behind Gerard's counterattack just then. He had already rushed in front of Claudia. At this moment, Serena and Nicella were blocking the Inquisition leader's side. The rest of the rebels, in order to protect themselves, were fighting their own battles against the three great paladins of the church. Although they suffered heavy casualties, there were still some who could protect themselves. Seeing a scorching fireball whizzing towards him, the Inquisition leader Araman was greatly alarmed. Although he wasn't proficient in fire magic, he knew that the explosive power of this magician's favorite spell was quite astonishing. Even if it didn't hit directly, the spreading magical flames after the explosion would still cover a large area. Of course, what surprised Araman the most was Serena's strength. She could release flame burst so casually, it was clear that her magic power was astonishing. This Serena really was a bit tricky to deal with. Araman's own magic power had been slowly honed over a long period of time in actual combat. Moreover, it was specifically used to deal with people who knew magic. How on earth did this young fellow in front of him do it? At this moment, what was even more exaggerated was that the unusually calm Sevilla actually released a very terrifying spell. This spell lifted up the entire ground in an instant. Everyone, including the rebels, was swaying left and right. At this time, many giant trees and plants grew out of the ground, completely destroying the entire north gate. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to use this move, Sevilla muttered to herself. Everyone, run if you can. I can only help you up to this point, Sevilla shouted at the same time. At this time, the north gate had become a dense forest. The magic power of these members of the Witch Council seemed to be inexhaustible. Haha, look at that witch still used this move. Serena smiled slightly. On her side, she and Nicella were fighting against the Inquisition leader. Coleman, Margaret, and Iron Bishop Hemmons were nowhere to be found. The terrain here had undergone a huge change, forcibly turning the north gate into a huge dense forest. This showed Sevilla's strength. She could use rock magic, water magic, and plant magic. She was truly a genius rarely seen in thousands of years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a member of the Witch Council. Araman, the Inquisition leader, didn't dare to take Serena's tyrannical attack head-on. It was barbaric and tyrannical. Araman could only hide behind a large tree. With a loud bang, the fireball containing a large amount of fire elemental energy exploded. Accompanied by thick smoke, the raging flames spread out in all directions without restraint, wildly devouring everything in the surroundings. Although Araman was already hiding behind a large tree, he could still feel the heat of the flames through the barrier between their arms. Araman's face instantly turned ugly. He knew that if it weren't for something blocking the expansion of the flames, his body wouldn't have been able to withstand such a blow. Of course, Serena's flame explosion was very powerful. In the eyes of Araman, it was indeed powerful, but it didn't mean that Araman wasn't a match for Serena. As an experienced paladin, Araman naturally learned how to deal with people who used fire magic. However, Nicella, who used ice magic, was at the side. Her strength was abnormally terrifying, and she was really difficult to deal with. But in fact, the two witches were only restraining Araman, and couldn't kill him. At this time, the rebels and the freed slaves had all scattered like birds and beasts, each fleeing for their lives. Those who survived took advantage of the chaos and the change in the terrain to escape, while the rest became corpses. Most of the people from the Circus Libra had taken advantage of the chaos to escape the city. They were still very grateful to the 4 beautiful witches of the Witch Council. But the witches of the Witch Council weren't so relaxed at this moment. They were all trapped and unable to escape. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, a strange light enveloped the 4 of them, including Claudia, who was almost stabbed by Gerard's sword. In an instant, the 4 of them were directly teleported to the town of Bohep outside Kellendil City. Who had saved them? They didn't know for the time being, and could only desperately escape to the north. Chapter 186. After a long time, Sevilla's magic disappeared. The plants at the north gate had all disappeared, leaving behind a mess. When Avina and I saw the result, we quietly hid. We still had to help the little girl investigate her father's whereabouts, so we had to stay hidden. There were injured knights and imperial soldiers everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The ground was covered in corpses and ruins. The church had gone all out in this operation, but they hadn't expected such a result. It was truly tragic. Regardless of whether it was Gerard, Margaret, Coleman, the Iron Cardinal Hemmons, or the presiding Judge Araman, these were the forces that the church relied on the most. This time, Pope Exi would most likely be disappointed. The church had tried their best this time, but ended up with such a result. It could be said that they had lost all their face. Alonso had originally only done the work, but he hadn't expected that even after the church had used all their trump cards, the rebels still managed to escape. If they had really relied on them, it would have been even worse. Now, Alonso had to think about how to clean up this mess. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the little emperor. But no matter what, these people of the church would have a hard time explaining to the Pope. This operation could be said to have a great impact, enough to even shake some things. In the Hall of Heroes, the Empire's chief magic consultant, Morse, lived in a private tower. Morse looked at the stone ball and saw that the 4 witches of the Witch Council had been teleported to the town of Bohep. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, looking somewhat treacherous. "Crocia, this time, I'm afraid you'll owe me a favor." After saying this, Morse stroked his black cat. The black cat stretched its body with a look of disgust, jumped off Morse's knee, and ran away. As for the 4 witches who had been rescued, they had suddenly appeared in this desolate and dilapidated town. They were still in a state of shock. They didn't know who had cast a spell to teleport them here, freeing them from the church's entanglement, and saving their lives. However, they knew that this person was unfathomable, or at least had astonishing magic power. They didn't dare to stay for too long, and quickly set off for the north. There, they would meet the king of the Kingdom of Northland, Gravel. As for me and Avina, based on some information, we roughly know where the little girl's father is being held. After going through a lot of difficulties, we found an imperial prison bunker. The little girl's father is most likely locked up here. Taking advantage of the hazy night, Avina and I quietly got rid of the Empire soldiers guarding outside and entered the bunker through a door. Once we entered the bunker, we saw a huge room. This room should be the resting place of an Empire soldier. There were 3 beds in the room. There was an elk's head on a stone pillar in the middle, and there was a large storage box at the foot of each bed. There were also many torches on the wall. On the other side of the wall, there was an imperial flag with a black lion on a red background. There was a small dining table with 4 gold coins on it. There were also some bowls and skulls. There was also a book on the bookshelf called Mixed Forces Combat Strategy. I picked up the book and flipped through it. Then, the book disappeared. I liked to collect books. I also found an Empire light helmet, an Empire light armor, and 2 gold coins. I chose to take them all. There was also mead and wine on the table, so I took them all. Avina watched my performance. Her surprised expression was exaggerated. She didn't know when I became so stingy. I took everything. Then, we pulled a mechanism, and the door to the room opened. This was the door to the next room. At this time, I saw that there was another door. It seemed that a few Empire soldiers were there, talking and laughing. It seemed that a battle was unavoidable. I signaled Avina and pulled the iron ring. The door opened just like that. There were 2 Empire soldiers outside the door. I didn't say anything and rushed to fight them. The 2 Empire soldiers were holding huge iron axes and iron warhammers. Both were 2-handed weapons. I knew that these weapons were powerful. With our nimbleness, Avina and I each killed one of the Empire soldiers in an instant. We were in a large hall. There was a circular red carpet on the ground. There was also a table and 2 chairs in the hall. I didn't care if the corpses on the ground were willing or not. I put all their belongings into my spatial ring, turning them into 2 naked corpses in an instant. Fortunately, Avina didn't object. She just thought that we should find the little girl's father and save him as soon as possible. Then, Avina and I used the key we found to open the iron door on the other side. We entered the spiral staircase that led downstairs. There was a wooden cart with a few cabbages on it. There were also a few bags with potatoes in them. The two of us walked down the dark spiral staircase. When we reached a corridor, we entered a door in front of us. There was a candlestick at the door. After opening the door, the two of us entered a room with a warm fireplace. The first thing that caught my eye was a rabbit and a pheasant hanging on the roof. There was also a huge fur of an unknown animal on the wall. At this time, I sensed that there were other people in the room. As expected, there were two more people in the room. They were Imperial officers. It seemed that another battle was unavoidable. I gave Avina behind me a look. She immediately understood what I meant. The two of us snuck behind the stone pillar and attacked the Imperial soldier at the same time. Just like before, there was no suspense. The two of them were too weak. Haha, with our strength, coming here was as easy as taking something out of our pockets. At this time, I had time to look around the room. There was a small dining table in the room. There was also a large dining table with some cutlery on it. This room seemed to be the Imperial dining room. There was a lot of food inside. There was bread, salt, a cast iron pot, wooden bowls, wooden spoons, and wine glasses on the dining table. There was also wine on the kitchen rack next to the dining table. There were also 2 pieces of charcoal in the bottom drawer. There was also a beer barrel on the dining table. There was also a beer barrel under the 3 kitchen racks next to it. There were also candles on a horn base on the dining table. I didn't hesitate to put all the supplies into my spatial ring in front of Avina. Of course, I also included the 2 Imperial officers' belongings on the ground. Then, I began to search a place where goods were stored. There were many wooden barrels and bags there. Chapter 187. I found some potions, green apples, tomatoes, as well as salt, cabbage, and rabbit leg meat. There was also a green bird egg. Avina told me that it was the egg of the stony nightingale, a wild bird. There was so much food, and I was very happy. After eating some bread, I put it all into the space ring. After leaving here, we went down the stairs to the interrogation room. The first thing that caught my eye was a skeleton that was hung up and 3 vertical rectangular iron cages. There was a battle going on in the interrogation room, and 2 Imperial soldiers were lying dead on the ground. Who did it? To be able to get here without causing any alarm, it seemed that the person who broke in was not an ordinary person. In the interrogation room, there were 2 torturers. Both of them looked like perverted torturers, but now they were lying dead on the ground. I also saw a book called Against Tyranny, a dagger, and a backpack on a small table next to the stone pillar in the middle. There was a lockpick in the backpack, so I took the lockpick. I tried to open the door of the middle of the 3 vertical rectangular iron cages. Because the 2 next to it were empty, only the middle one had the body of a magician's apprentice lying on it. It was as if I suddenly knew how to do it. I was still very smart. It took me a little time to open the door of the iron cage. There were many things inside, including magic potions, some gold coins, a magic hood and magic robe, and a magic book for lightning magic. These were all good things, so I didn't hesitate to take them. After taking all of them, Snowy took everything in the interrogation room and in one of the cells. There was an iron shield, a heavy iron hammer, and a book called A Brief History of the Empire. I didn't care so much. As long as there was enough space, I would take it all. At this time, Avina asked me if we could go, and I said yes. We went deeper, and then we saw another room. There were 3 cages, a charcoal basin, and some dining tables. Then there was a skeleton and a skeleton that didn't become a skeleton. I got some gold coins and bone dust from the skeletons, but I didn't even let the skeletons go. I couldn't help but think so. Because I had my own plans, I could only do this. When we left the room, we found ourselves in a wide open area where 3 Imperial soldiers had appeared out of nowhere and were waiting for us. Meanwhile, on the other side of the prison, the pitch-black night was as cold as water. The moon's shadow danced in the air, illuminating the ground in a deathly white color, as if it was the face of a ghost. The little girl's father was in a corner of the cell. The moonlight shone through the narrow skylight and shone on his cheeks, revealing a bleak grey color. His entire body was covered in blood, and the clothes on his back were tattered. There were many whip marks on his body, and the scariest part was that his collarbone had been pierced by a thin chain. Purple blood gushed out whenever he moved. The chain was exquisitely made. It was as thick as a thumb, and it was engraved with complicated patterns. There was also a silver bell hanging from it. With a slight movement, the bell would ring, and the crisp sound echoed in the deathly silent cell. His younger brother had been in there for a long time. Although it was raining outside, it was summer after all, and it wasn't that cold. He was wearing a black cloak and deerskin boots. If his face wasn't so pale, he would be a handsome man. He just stood there, looking at his brother silently. The cell door was wide open, and he was only a few steps away from him. He was so close that he could touch his brother's torn clothes if he reached out his hand. The night wind blew in, bringing with it the unique dampness of the prison. The hair on his temples was lifted, and it made his face look even paler. "Does it hurt?" his younger brother asked. His older brother didn't look at him, and he didn't say anything. His younger brother took off his black cloak, walked slowly to him, and put it on his shoulders. Seeing the chain around his collarbone, he smiled faintly and gently twisted it. "On the day of the summer celebration, I told you not to go, but you didn't listen to me. Now, I can only help you this much." Then he left, and he finally left. The sound of his footsteps was getting farther and farther away. It was so far away that it gradually couldn't be heard, as if it would never come again. The little girl's father was still lying there quietly. He didn't move, didn't speak, and didn't react at all. It was so quiet all around, and only the sound of the bell around his collarbone echoed softly, making the surroundings seem even more empty. The little girl's father lay there, as if he couldn't hear anything from the outside world. He only felt that the night was so long, as if it had been a lifetime. He knew that this day would come. He knew it when Alonso brought people to surround them. Did he feel ashamed? Disgusted? Or was he so dirty that he wanted to die? I just don't know how my daughter is." The little girl's father sneered, but his voice was hoarse and terrifying, like an old man in his 70s. He closed his eyes, and his eyes seemed to be burning. They were hot and dry, and even tears couldn't flow out. He just wanted to lie here and die here. He wanted to bury this filthy, disgusting, despicable, and lowly thing in this murky night. If it was someone else, what would they do? Cry endlessly? Be heartbroken? Curse out loud? Or die by hitting his head on a rock? Or die cleanly like the others? But he couldn't die yet. He had to live, not only for his daughter. He moved his numb hand, turned his wrist over, and saw a dagger under the cloak. He sat up, held the dagger, and sneered faintly. He walked to the door of the prison, and swung the dagger at the chain. The door lock broke. This dagger really cut through iron like mud, just like his younger brother. It was extraordinary. The prison outside the door was filled with guards and wardens who were sleeping. They seemed to have been drugged. His younger brother was really a mysterious person. The little girl's father sneered, and walked along, but he didn't see anyone wake up. Just like that, he followed his younger brother's path, and slowly found his way out of this huge prison. Iwina and I thought that we would meet a lot of people from the Empire in this prison, but to our surprise, we didn't meet any resistance along the way. Who did this? It doesn't seem like something a human could do. Could it be that an expert snuck in here? But why did he do this? With a series of questions, we finally found an empty prison cell. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, it was obvious that this person had escaped. Could it be the little girl's father? Or maybe someone else saved him before us. Iwina blamed me for letting someone else get ahead of us. It seemed that I was careless. Chapter 188. A few days later, order was restored in Kellendil. The casualties in the Colosseum had dealt a heavy blow to the Empire. However, Kaiser the Great had his ways. The Colosseum had now reopened. At this time, in the arena, The first person to come out was a young man wearing leather armor with a long sword at his waist. He was in high spirits. As he walked, he waved to the audience who were praising him. However, most of the time, his eyes were still looking at a beautiful woman in the stands. His eyes were filled with undisguised love. The man in black couldn't help but laugh. It seems that this young man is quite infatuated with you. Aren't you going to give him some encouragement? The beautiful woman didn't even look at the man in black. She said angrily, "There are too many people who are infatuated with me. If I encourage everyone, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? For someone I don't like, I should firmly reject him from the beginning and not let him have the slightest room for fantasy. This is a responsible attitude towards both parties. Don't you think so?" When the beautiful woman said these words, she didn't even look at Messiah. However, the man in black felt that every word she said was directed at him. There was an indescribable awkwardness in his heart. In fact, if he said that he didn't have a good impression of the beautiful woman, he would be lying to himself. Perhaps he didn't have such a good impression of her before, but after these few days of interaction, the beautiful woman's straightforward personality attracted him. However, the difference between the two of them was there. Although the man in black didn't feel inferior, he didn't have much confidence that the two of them could be together. Perhaps after he had some achievements, this lack of confidence would gradually disappear, but now, thinking of this, the man in black said in a low voice, "It's easy to like someone, but it's not so easy to be together. Maybe it'll be better when the two of us have similar status." The beautiful woman frowned and almost turned her head to look at the man in black. So, she patiently continued, "As long as the two of them have the heart, what difficulties can't be solved? Only people with weak hearts would think that way, right? Hey, the young man's opponent has appeared. I want to watch the game. Let's talk about this later." The man in black evaded the question. The black-clothed man's voice finally interrupted the young man and young lady who had just experienced their first awakening of love. The two of them finally fell silent and temporarily turned their gazes towards the arena. A strange young man instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was a thin young man about the same age as the man in black. His slightly delicate face seemed to have a hint of naivety and shyness. He wasn't tall, and he wore brown clothes with a black hooded cloak on his back. The strangest thing was that on his thin left shoulder, there was a crow with black feathers all over its body. But its eyes were as red as blood. When the young man saw his opponent coming out, his face couldn't help but turn gloomy. He secretly cursed the Kellendil Colosseum in his heart. He didn't doubt the strength of this young man. If he could become a gladiator in the Kellendil Colosseum, he wouldn't be a weakling. The problem was that this opponent was too young. In fact, he looked even younger than the young man. In the young man's plan, his opponent should be a burly gladiator with a ferocious face. At first glance, he could tell that the gladiator was very powerful and brutal. In this case, after a difficult battle where both sides were evenly matched, he could tenaciously win the best visual effect. It would definitely satisfy most people's imagination of a righteous warrior. However, if the opponent was such a thin, young, and even a little shy boy, the effect would be greatly reduced. Even if he won, it wouldn't be a glorious thing. With anger rising in his chest, the young man sneered and said with a mocking tone, "Is there no one else in the Kellendil Colosseum? Why did they send a kid who hasn't even reached puberty yet? Hey, kid, if you don't want to get hurt, go back. Otherwise, you will bleed later." The young man's words immediately attracted the support and laughter of a large group of people in the audience. A few people even yelled at the young man to go home and drink milk. However, there were still some people who kept their mouths shut tightly and stared at the young man without blinking. Their eyes were filled with fear and excitement. Hey, why is Hey Woo fighting today? Isn't bringing a pet to the competition banned? How would I know? Since Hey Woo killed his opponent, I have never seen him fight again. Ha 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 ha, but this is really a good opportunity to make money. Who did you bet on? Hey Woo, of course. But I have also heard of this young man. He seems to be very strong. He is also a noble. TSK, so what if he is a noble? These cowardly nobles are best at fighting with women in bed. They are not good at fighting with real swords and guns in the arena. You are wrong. For gladiators, equipment is also very important. As a noble, at least his equipment will not be bad. Then you should bet on that noble. Why did you bet on Hei Wu? This. Hehe, I am more confident in Hei Wu. But it seems that many people have not seen Hei Wu's fight before. They are all betting on the young man to win. I did not dare to chat with you when I placed my bet. I was afraid that someone would hear me and bet with us, lowering the odds. Hehe. Oh. You too. Me too. Ha 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 ha. Similar conversations continued to spread in the audience. Gradually, the noise stopped. Everyone's eyes were focused on the arena. Other than the sound of heavy breathing, there was no other sound in the arena. The strange atmosphere in the audience suddenly quieted down. Finally, a trace of uneasiness rose in the young man's heart. He pulled out his sword. The blade that looked like it was made of gold shone dazzlingly under the sun. It also drove away the haze in the young man's heart. Looking at the sword in his hand, the young man's confidence was greatly boosted. This sword was the best sword his father had bought for him at a high price. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it also had the effect of dazzling the opponent. With this sword in hand, the young man's confidence and courage instantly climbed to the peak. He also thought that no matter how strong his opponent was, he would still lose to him. He could not help but smile. With a thought, he activated the special effect of the sword in advance. The sword that was already shining with a golden light suddenly burst out with a strong light. This strong light was so dazzling that it almost blinded people. The audience immediately let out a series of exclamations. There were even people near the arena who covered their eyes and cried out in pain. When the audience got used to this light, they realized that the young man on the arena was bathed in this strong light. He was like a god of light descending from the heavens. He was majestic and had an extraordinary aura. Chapter 189. The young man's performance once again caused an uproar in the audience. Many people cheered loudly, and some bold female spectators even sent flirtatious glances and flying kisses. The scene was extremely lively. In the VIP seats, the black-clothed man pointed at the young man and said with a face full of disbelief, "Why didn't I think he was this stupid? This skill is a trump card that can turn defeat into victory at a critical moment, and this guy used it so early. Is he that confident?" The beautiful woman also found it difficult to understand the young man's actions. She shook her head and said, "I don't know either, but some people are like this. They look smart in small matters, but when it comes to big matters, they become muddle-headed. Is this young man also such a person?" The black-clothed man smiled bitterly. "Who knows, but we should find out soon. The battle is about to begin." The youth nicknamed Black Raven gently put down the hand that was covering the crow's eyes, revealing only a sliver of his eyes as he looked at the young man opposite him. He frowned and whispered to himself, "What an annoying light. I hate light the most. I really want to kill him, but the higher-ups only want me to break his legs. Then let's end this quickly." After he finished speaking, Hei Wu shook his shoulder, and the crow flapped its wings and flew into the air, letting out a series of coarse and hoarse cries. After that, Hei Wu's legs didn't move at all, but his entire body soared into the air like a weightless black smoke, attacking the young man. His speed was so fast that people couldn't see him clearly. The young man was shocked by Black Raven's speed. The sharp sword in his hand instinctively drew a semicircle in front of him, and this action saved him from instant defeat. With a loud bang, the young man suddenly retreated, and the sword in his hand trembled visibly. Black Raven stood where the young man had been standing, holding a strangely curved iron rod in each hand, which looked like a sickle and a cane. Looking at the young man who had retreated 3 or 4 meters, Black Raven smiled and said, "Not bad, you can still hold a sword. Then you'll have to suffer a little more." As soon as Black Raven finished speaking, he jumped up again, and in an instant, he was right above the young man's head. The iron rods in his hands were like 2 black bolts of lightning as they fiercely chopped down. The young man was shocked. Ignoring the trembling hand holding the sword, His other hand grabbed the sword hilt and blocked above his head. Bang! Another crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. This time, the young man was even forced to kneel down by the jet-black iron rod. Such a heavy and shockingly fast attack was something he had never seen before in his life. He was almost stunned by it. However, the young man was a person who had received formal gladiator training, and he was quite talented. Seizing the opportunity when Hei Wu could not continue to exert force in the air, he shouted and swung his sword. Finally, Hei Wu was deflected away. Hei Wu somersaulted in the air and landed back on the ground. With a twist of his wrists, he drew a circle in the air with his 2 iron rods and held them tightly in his hands. Seizing this short opportunity, the young man took 2 steps forward as he roared in a low voice that only he and Hei Wu could hear. "Are you crazy? Do you know who I am? Didn't your superior tell you to lose? You want to lose to me, you idiot." Hei Wu was slightly stunned when he heard what the young man said. A shy smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly, indicating that he understood what the young man said. Only then did the young man feel a little more at ease. His palms continued to gently bend and stretch. When the numbness and weakness disappeared, he let out a loud roar. He fiercely waved the long sword in his hand 3 times. 3 sharp crescent-shaped golden lights rushed towards Hei Wu. The sharp metal do chi plowed 3 deep marks on the ground. Hei Wu seemed to have lost the speed he was so proud of in an instant. He rolled to the side clumsily and narrowly dodged the golden light. Then, he held the iron rod with both hands and attacked the young man. His movements were clumsy and jerky. The young man secretly cursed his opponent's clumsy acting skills. At this time, he had just recovered from the shock, and he could not care too much about it. The long sword in his hand drew a perfect circle in the air, and a circular golden ring appeared out of thin air. As he swung his sword again, the golden ring whizzed toward Hei Wu in a subtle arc. This move could be considered the young man's unique skill. He had once broken the record of breaking 4 hard wooden poles in a row. If it hit a person, it could definitely cut the person in half. Because of the difficult situation at the beginning of the fight, his heart was already filled with killing intent. If he could kill the young man in front of him, he would not hesitate. But just as the golden ring was about to hit Hei Wu, and the young man's eyes showed a trace of cruelty, Hei Wu smiled. His smile was full of ridicule and disdain. The young man could even see Hei Wu's lips move slightly as he said 2 words. "Idiot." In the next moment, the golden ring finally hit Hei Wu. It passed through his body at an extremely fast speed. Immediately, a burst of terrified screams erupted from the audience. But then, the audience strangely discovered that not a single drop of blood spurted out. And Hei Wu, who was cut by the golden ring, slowly turned into an afterimage and disappeared. The young man's heart instantly fell to the bottom. In his horrified eyes, Hei Wu suddenly appeared in front of him. That shy smile was like the evil grin of a demon in the young man's eyes. Then, a sharp pain came from his left leg. His leg bone was broken. After his left leg was broken, the young man lost his balance. He threw down his sword and hugged his leg on the ground as he screamed in pain. He could no longer care about maintaining his noble demeanor. At the same time, a figure slowly walked towards the VIP seats where the black-clothed man and the others were. He coughed lightly, and before they could turn around, the figure spoke with malice. "Long time no see. How was it? This fight was very exciting, wasn't it? I've specially prepared this for you." As soon as the familiar voice sounded, the beautiful woman's face turned ugly. The 2 of them stared at the brown-haired young man who appeared in front of them with a serious expression. Just as they were about to speak, the young man waved his hand and stopped them. "Don't be in a hurry to greet me. Watch the fight. Ha 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 ha, your friend only has 1 leg broken now. He still has another. Don't worry, we will have time to catch up. Ha 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 ha." With a wild laugh, the young man turned and left, leaving behind the beautiful woman with a serious expression and the confused black-clothed man. When the young man walked far away, the black-clothed man curiously asked in a low voice, "Is that person your friend? How interesting." He actually wanted to break the young man's legs. Although the method is a bit cruel, it can be considered as helping us vent our anger. Is he from this arena? That's not it, but the people below will definitely lose their legs. The beautiful woman said in a meaningful tone. Chapter 190. The man in black looked at the fading figure, and he could not help but feel pity for the young man in the arena. He shook his head and sighed. The man in black then asked, although I don't know why he did this, it's obvious that he has some power in this arena. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control the competition. What are you going to do? Look, the other leg of the young man was also broken by that guy. Hey, he's really ruthless. But this guy called Hey Woo is really strong. The beautiful woman turned to look at the man in black. The black-clothed man turned his gaze to the arena. Sure enough, he saw the young man lying on the ground, his body twitching non-stop. He had already fainted, and his 2 legs were twisted in an unnatural manner. His bones had clearly been shattered. TSK, even if the church's saint healer came to treat him, it would be difficult, right? He can be cured, but I don't know if there will be any sequelae. Hearing the words of the man in black, the beautiful woman's face turned ugly. The man in black teased, "What? Are you starting to worry about him?" The beautiful woman glared at the man in black and said, "I'm worried about you, you fool. There must be someone behind that brown-haired young man. This person is a ruthless character who can control the arena. Although I don't know who he is, he definitely won't dare to touch me. But you're in danger." Looking at the worried look of the beautiful woman, the man in black still said indifferently, "It's okay. I'm not as weak as you think." The beautiful woman's expression became serious. She stared at the man in black and said, "I hope you can face this matter seriously. I know you should be very strong, but do you think you can deal with all the gladiators in the Sun God Arena? Let me tell you, according to my information, a new group of peerless masters has recently come to solve all kinds of problems for the arena. Unless you can defeat them, then I'm worried for nothing." Hearing these words, the black-clothed man's complexion changed. No matter how confident he wasn't stupid enough to think that he could match those peerless experts. He had almost died when he faced some ordinary elites, let alone peerless experts. Thinking of this, the man in black could not help but frown. After a while, he said to Wei Ya in a deep voice, "I should be safe with you, right? Can you get us out of here?" After thinking for a moment, the beautiful woman shook her head and sighed, "I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to bring you out. Since the brown-haired youth dared to show himself, he must have a thorough plan. Although they don't dare to hurt me, they can easily imprison me. At that time, you will also die. Now, unless my father shows up, no one can take you away." Just as the black-robed man was silent, the beautiful woman suddenly laughed. She patted the black-robed man's shoulder and said softly, "Black-robed man, I'm sorry. I've implicated you again. It's hard to say who will implicate who. In that case, I might also cause you trouble." After a while, a staff member came to the VIP seats and said loudly, "Hello sir, it's your turn soon. Please follow me to the preparation area." The man in black quickly raised his hand and responded loudly. Then, he winked at the beautiful woman and left with the staff with a smile. After the black-robed man left, the beautiful woman smiled softly and said with a cold look in her eyes, "It's a pity that I didn't bring enough money." Seeing that the match had ended, the host raised his voice with a loudspeaker tone, "Dear distinguished guests, today is really a good day. Hey Woo just put on a wonderful performance for us, and now another brave guest is going to challenge us. His opponent is the ruthless killer bee that all of you are familiar with. Please give this guest a round of applause." Although he is just a fledgling teenager and has no fighting experience, his courage is worthy of praise. Suddenly, there was a strange sound of mockery from the audience. After the previous match, the audience had obviously lost their confidence in the amateur players. They thought that no matter how tall and beautiful the flowers in the greenhouse were, they would not be able to withstand the ravages of the storm. The black-robed man slowly walked into the arena under the boos of the audience. At this time, he was a little nervous, but more than that, he was excited. Finally, it was time for him to fight someone again. The so-called strong person was someone who treated his opponent as a ladder through continuous battles. Step by step, he would walk the path to the top. Today, he would cross these stairs. Thinking of this, the black-robed man took a deep breath and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. At this time, the host continued to raise his voice. Next, let's welcome the opponent of this brave young man. The old man of the gladiator arena, who loves to torture his opponents and has the cruelest personality, Killer B. I didn't expect that there would be another match today, and it's such a young and handsome guy. I can't bear to do it. Following a shrill and strange laugh, a lean and skinny man with long arms and legs walked into the field with a hunched back. The man was holding a spear that was as tall as a person. Under the sunlight, the spear flickered with a biting cold light. After the contestant came on the arena, the host silently walked out of the arena. Just like the previous match, there was no sound. This was the rule of the Kellendale Coliseum. As long as the contestant walked into the arena, the match would start. There was no need for any preparation. As for the end, only when the opponent admitted defeat or lost consciousness and fell to the ground, or even when one of them died, would the match truly end. Spinning the spear in his hand like a wheel, Killer B cruelly licked his lips with his tongue and laughed softly. Child, don't worry. I will treat you very gently. At most, it will be like being stung by a bee. After speaking, Killer B laughed strangely and began to run around the black-robed man. The spear in his hand was sharp, as if it could attack from any direction. Facing the Killer B's charge, the black-clothed man stood motionless in the same spot. After having fought with others before, he already knew that he could not blindly dodge, or else it would be easy to fall into the opponent's trap. Only by calmly waiting for the opponent to make a move was the best time to dodge and counterattack. Seeing the black-clothed man standing there like a wooden stake, the Killer B grew impatient. It transformed into a flash of green light that wrapped around the tip of the spear. From a very tricky angle, it pierced towards the black-clothed man's thigh. Killer B's spear was just like his nickname. It was like the stinger of a poisonous bee, silently stabbing towards the black-robed man. But just as the stinger was about to pierce into the black-robed man's thigh, the black-robed man suddenly turned and lifted his leg. He dodged the spear by a hair's breadth and stepped on the tip of the spear. Chapter 191. Killer B was shocked. He immediately tried to pull his spear back, but found that the tip of the spear did not move. It was as if it was not a foot that was pressing down on it, but a small mountain. Killer B's battle experience was indeed rich. He immediately used the spear as a fulcrum, and his entire body flew horizontally in the air. His right leg swept viciously towards the black-clothed man's head, fast and ruthless. But this sweep was blocked in mid-air by the black-clothed man. Before Killer B could change his move, the black-clothed man's free fist had already slammed into his chest. Time seemed to stop for a moment, and in the next moment, Killer B, who had maintained his horizontal position, lost his balance and fell to the ground, never to move again. This fight was dull and boring, without any excitement to speak of. It could not even be compared to street performers, and of course it could not satisfy the audience who had paid to watch the fight. A wave of angry curses rose from the stands. Killer B, what are you doing? You couldn't have been beaten up by this kid who hasn't even grown hair yet, could you? Get up, Killer B. I've bet heavily on you. Get up. A fake fight, this must be a fake fight. Refund the money we bet. The clamor rose, and almost everyone was shouting for Killer B to get up. But in the end, the gladiator who had the audience's high hopes failed to live up to their expectations, because he had already lost consciousness and fainted. Very quickly, this famous gladiator was taken away, and the black-clothed man remained standing on the field. The host walked onto the field, his face full of excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not expect our brave young man to be so skilled. I admit that I misjudged him, but please believe that the Kellendale Coliseum will not disappoint you. Next, let us welcome the homicidal maniac that we have not seen in a long time, Sanguine Ape, onto the field. Wow! The noise was replaced by a chorus of gasps. Clearly, The name Sanguine Ape held more weight in the hearts of the audience than Killer Bee. It's actually Sanguine Ape. Ha 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 ha, the tickets today were really worth it. This is one of the top gladiators in the Colosseum. Yeah, I haven't seen Sanguine Ape in a competition for more than a month. I didn't expect to see him fight against this kid today. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and place your bets. This time, I'm going to win back all that I lost just now with interest. Haha, I didn't expect to be able to win back my losses so quickly. I think this kid is a little strange. But if it's a blood ape, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Amidst the discussions and exclamations of the crowd, a tall and sturdy figure slowly walked out in front of the black-clothed man. This was a red-haired man. His body was huge, but his entire body was filled with bloodthirst and violence. After seeing the burly man come out, the audience burst into a deafening roar, as if their emotions had reached a climax. The man in black frowned as he looked at his opponent, who was also looking at him. The square-faced, thick-lipped Sanguine Ape revealed a hint of excitement in his bloodshot eyes. "Little bastard, I'll twist your head off and use it as my chamber pot later. But don't worry, it's rare for me to come out. I won't kill you so quickly." In the face of Sanguine Ape's provocation, the man in black sneered in his heart. He stretched out his hand and waved at his opponent. This silent contempt ignited his opponent's anger. Sanguine Ape suddenly jumped up and waved his fist at the man in black. The man in black wanted to test the strength of his opponent's fist. He didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his right arm and blocked the incoming fist. His body didn't move at all. Sanguine Ape's eyes narrowed. He was shocked. There was a huge difference between his body and the man in black's, but his opponent was able to completely block his fist. He didn't even tremble. This meant that his opponent's strength wasn't below his. Also, looking at his opponent's body, he must be an agile fighter. If that was the case, then it would depend on who had the upper hand first and who had more stamina. Thinking of this, Sanguine Ape did a somersault in the air like an agile giant ape. He clenched his hands into claws and grabbed at the back of the man in black's head. His 5 fingers revealed a faint golden light. If his opponent was grabbed by his 5 fingers that were filled with gold chi, he would be torn to pieces unless his opponent's body was made of iron. The man in black lowered his head and dodged the claw. He turned around and grabbed Sanguine Ape's wrist with his left hand. Under his opponent's surprised gaze, his right fist landed on Sanguine Ape's chest. Thus, the scene from before happened again. Sanguine Ape maintained his fixed position for a moment before he fell to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Everyone in the audience stared blankly at this familiar scene. For a moment, no one spoke. The whole place was silent. After more than a minute, Sanguine Ape was still lying on the ground, motionless. The man in black raised his hand and shouted, "He's fainted. Where's my next opponent?" The whole place was in an uproar. It can't be. Sanguine Ape was defeated so easily. Who is this young man? Could he be a peerless expert? How is that possible? How could such a young peerless expert appear in the beast fighting arena? But look for yourself. The Killer Bee is like this, and so is Sanguine Ape. Other than being a peerless expert, what other explanation do you have? That's not necessarily true. I heard that there are evil cursemonsers in other places. As long as they touch someone's body, they can kill them. Could it be that both the Killer Bee and Sanguine Ape are cursed? Who knows? It can't be that this is a fake match, right? Even if it's a fake match, it can't be this fake, right? Hearing the heated discussions and suspicions of the audience, the man in black felt somewhat displeased. But he had won after all, and no one could do anything to him. He returned to the VIP seats on the viewing platform. Seeing the displeased man in black return to the VIP seats, the beautiful woman excitedly patted him on the shoulder and said, "You're too strong." These 2 opponents didn't even stay on the field for 2 minutes before they were defeated by you. Ha 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 ha. The man in black shrugged, his expression somewhat displeased. This match is too different from what I imagined. Those 2 were really weak. They couldn't even compare to the opponents I met before. Winning the competition is only one of our goals. We have a bigger goal. Have you forgotten? The beautiful woman advised earnestly. Don't you think so? The man in black's spirits rose, and he nodded. That's right, we have a bigger goal. But this beast-fighting arena should be sending someone even stronger up later, right? The previous 2 matches didn't even have the effect of warming up. It's too boring. The beautiful woman reminded him. It looks like the next match won't be that simple. The beautiful woman saw that the brown-haired young man was looking at them, and her eyes revealed a complicated expression. Chapter 192. In fact, everything started on the day of the summer celebration, when those assassins went to the Hero Palace to assassinate Emperor Kaiser Aldrich. The leader of this operation to assassinate the Emperor of the Empire is the little girl we rescued in the Colosseum of Sealandir. Her father is Gordon Evans. Gordon Evans was the leader of that night. Even his own flesh and blood was trained to be a warrior from a young age. He was also brought along to carry out the mission of assassinating the Empire's Emperor Keys on the night of the assassination. In the end, the plan was seen through by Marshal Alonso, who arrested all the assassins on the spot and waited for Emperor Kaiser to deal with them. That was the scene where we saved the little girl who was fighting continuously in the Colosseum of Sealandil. After that, the little girl was sent to Patini Island. There, she went to find the head of the Mercenary Association, Bollands, and asked for his help under my recommendation. Before the little girl left, she was worried about her father, Gordon Evans, and hoped that we would go to the Empire's prison to rescue him. However, when Avina and I went to the prison to rescue Gordon Evans, we found that he had already been rescued by someone we didn't know. Who was it that saved him? Avina and I secretly investigated for a few days, and we found something we didn't expect. It turned out that Gordon Evans had a younger brother named Gavin Evans, who was now working as a gladiator in the reopened Kellandil Coliseum. Currently, the Kellandil Coliseum was controlled and managed by the Brown family, who controlled the Empire's finances. The current successor of the Brown family was a brown-haired young master named Charles. As for the Coliseum, young Master Charles was now the highest official. Of course, the family had also arranged for people to assist him. The little girl's father's younger brother, Gavin Evans, was now working under him. He was an influential person, and he was also known as Black Crow. Charles Brown and his family were staunch supporters of the Emperor. In other words, they were staunch supporters of Kaiser the Great's rule. They were also a powerful family in the Empire. As for the Emperor Assassins faction, which was the faction that tried to assassinate the Emperor, we still didn't know who was behind it. We only knew that Gavin Evans' older brother, the little girl's father, Gordon Evans, was the person in charge of the Emperor Assassins faction that day. Iwina and I investigated and found out that Gordon Evans had a disciple that he was proud of, but we didn't know who he was. We only knew that he didn't participate in the assassination of the Empire's emperor that day, so naturally, he wasn't caught. Thus, Iwina and I could only come to the rebuilt Galandir Coliseum and secretly investigate some things. We saw that the black-clothed man had defeated 2 people in a row. Ordinary people might not know how he did it, but I saw it clearly. Black Crow Gavin Evans smiled faintly and nodded his head as a greeting to Charles Brown. As for the person next to him, he didn't even glance at them. Obviously, their status was not ordinary. At least in his eyes, he thought that only Charles Brown's status was enough for him to greet him. "Young master, I heard that you were looking for me." Black Crow's voice was hoarse and low, but it carried a sense of calmness and confidence. Charles Brown pointed at the 2 people lying motionless on the ground not far from his seat. "Uncle Gavin, please help me look at these 2 people. They fought with the same opponent before and were both knocked out with a single punch. I want to know what happened to that person." "Oh, those 2 are Killer Bee and Sanguine Ape, right? Not everyone can knock them out with a single punch." Heiwu walked towards the 2 of them. His steps were slow but powerful. Following that, without seeing how he moved, 2 golden rays of light flashed. 2 cross-shaped cuts appeared on the clothes of the Killer Bee and the Blood Ape, revealing their muscular upper bodies. Gavin's eyes lit up when he saw the same fist print on both of their chests. He squatted down and gently touched the fist print. What a powerful punch, and it's very concentrated. He must be an expert. Charles Brown smiled and asked, Uncle Gavin, is this guy very powerful? Black Crow Gavin nodded. He's not bad. This person's fighting style is very interesting. Who is this person? Is he a new gladiator? Charles Brown smiled bitterly. No, he's a challenger. He came here to have fun. He pissed me off. Oh. Black Crow Gavin was deep in thought. Although Charles Brown was the heir of the Brown family, he was only in charge of the Kellendale Coliseum. Not only was Black Crow Gavin a top-tier fighter, but he was also one of the most trusted men of the Brown family. That was why he invited Black Crow Gavin to deal with the man in black. In the entire Kellendale Coliseum, only Gavin had the strength to do so. If that's the case, let's send Bobby the wild bear out first. I want to see this guy for myself, Black Crow Gavin said. Time passed in the blink of an eye. As soon as the man in black returned to the arena, before the host could introduce him, a burst of wild laughter came from the opposite side. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect my last opponent to be you. Hee, kid, you're pretty good. The man in black looked around and saw a tall, fat man walking into the arena with a nonchalant smile. The man in black's eyes suddenly lit up because he knew this guy. It was the famous Bobby the Wild Bear. Bobby the Wild Bear stood not far from the black-clothed man, his chest covered in black hair. He grinned nastily and said, Brat, I've seen the match just now. You're the most powerful opponent I've met here. But that's what makes it fun. The last match has to be a little more exciting. The man in black's expression finally became serious. He nodded and said, You're not bad yourself. You're much stronger than the other two guys. I can feel it. Wild Bear Bobby clenched his fists and punched each other forcefully, causing a crisp sound of air exploding. Then, he burst out into laughter. Haha, let's start then. Let the host take a rest. Pay attention, I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Bobby the Wild Bear waved his hands and sent out 2 khaki shockwaves, rushing straight at the man in black. The man in black knew how terrifying his opponent was, so he didn't move at first. It was only when his opponent's shockwaves were about to touch his feet that he jumped high into the air. Although his opponent could change the direction of his shockwaves, the man in black discovered that they didn't change direction in midair. When he saw the shockwaves rushing past him in midair, the man in black didn't even have time to feel happy. Instead, Bobby the Wild Bear laughed and said, Hey, do you think you're the first one who thought of jumping? Don't underestimate this move of mine. Explode. Chapter 193. Bang. The shockwave was less than a meter away from the black-clothed man, but it suddenly exploded with Bobby's voice. The flying rocks were like countless concealed weapons as they shot towards the black-clothed man in midair. The black-clothed man's eyes shrunk, clearly not expecting the opponent to be so proficient in controlling the shockwave. However, he was unable to move nimbly in midair, and could only wave his fists, turning them into after-images as he blocked the rocks. But at this time, Bobby jumped up with a loud shout, his 10 fingers forming a fist as he heavily hammered down on the back of the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man hurriedly swept out with his leg. Although he accurately kicked the opponent's fist, he didn't have enough strength due to the hasty kick, and was heavily hammered to the ground. In the process of falling, the black-clothed man forcibly twisted his waist and flipped his body, finally landing on his feet first and avoiding the embarrassing fall. However, Bobby didn't give him the slightest chance to catch his breath. Another 2 shockwaves came from afar, and at the same time, he somersaulted in midair with an agility that didn't match his body shape. His right fist was wrapped in thick earth element chi as it fiercely smashed towards the back of the black-clothed man, forming a situation where the black-clothed man was surrounded. Facing Bobby's fierce attack, the black-clothed man wasn't alarmed, but instead smiled with an excited expression on his face. After taking a deep breath, he shook his arms, the muscles on his arms bulging as he bent his waist and fiercely smashed the shockwave. After a violent explosion, the shockwave disappeared like a punctured bubble. Afterwards, the black-clothed man changed his fist into a palm, supporting himself on the ground as he tightened his right leg and fiercely shot it out, once again hitting Bobby's fist. But this time, due to the support of the ground, the strength of his leg was sufficient to kick Bobby back a few steps. After repelling his opponent, the black-clothed man took advantage of the momentum to flip back and stand up again. He turned around to look at Bobby, who was also looking at him. Vigorously waving his right hand, Bobby grinned and said, "What great strength, even greater than mine. It's been a long time since someone was able to kick me so painfully. Kid, what's your name?" Similarly revealing a smile, the black-clothed man softly said, "Nick, that's my name. What about you? Don't tell me it's called Wild Bear Bobby." Pointing his thumb at himself, Wild Bear Bobby raised his voice. "My name is Wild Bear Bobby. I was raised by a wild bear. Remember this name. Soon, this name will spread throughout this city like an earthquake." This was the first time the man in black had heard such a strange analogy. He could not help but laugh. "Haha, you're quite interesting. But aren't you worried that I'll interrupt your earthquake?" Wild Bear Bobby grinned hideously and slowly opened his arms. "So, in order to avoid such a situation, I can only bury you in the ground. You are the first opponent here who has forced me to use my full strength. Get ready." Ha! Following Wild Bear Bobby's deep roar, his body started to tremble lightly. This was a sign that his entire body was exerting its full strength. Immediately after, a faint yellow radiance slowly lit up from all parts of his body, continuously spreading to his entire body. Soon, Wild Bear Bobby's entire body was enveloped by the yellow radiance, as though he had grown another layer of glowing skin. The dust under his feet surged under the illumination of the yellow radiance, giving off a frightening aura. The black-clothed man's face turned solemn. His opponent's strange transformation made him feel a sense of nervousness. It could be imagined that the following attack would be even more vicious and fierce than before. "Hey, I haven't used this move much after mastering it. You will be the first person to be defeated by this move. Black-clothed man, right? I'm coming." Boom. A cloud of dust flew around Wild Bear Bobby, covering his enormous body. It was unknown how he did it, but in the next instant, he suddenly appeared behind the black-clothed man, his right fist silently attacking. Although the black-clothed man's attention was mostly attracted by the cloud of dust, his keen sixth sense still allowed him to sense the attack. He hurriedly turned around and raised his arms to block. However, Wild Bear Bobby's strength had increased by quite a bit due to the dust covering his entire body. The powerful impact sent the black-clothed man flying. With a wild laugh, Wild Bear Bobby stamped his right foot on the ground. His entire body melted into the ground like a drop of water falling into the water. Soon after, he appeared in front of the black-clothed man, fiercely swinging his fist. Seeing Wild Bear Bobby melted into the ground, it immediately shocked the entire audience. Many people even cried out in disbelief. Black Crow Gavin was also watching the match. He was observing the black-clothed youth. While Gavin was still in shock, the battle had already reached its climax. Wild Bear Bobby relied on his elusive earth element fusion technique and his increased strength to force the black-clothed man into a defensive position. However, just when everyone thought that Wild Bear Bobby was about to obtain victory, the black-clothed man's speed suddenly increased. His hands and feet emitted white arcs of electricity. His might wasn't inferior to Wild Bear Bobby's. After using his high speed to increase the distance between them, the black-clothed man excitedly looked at Wild Bear Bobby, loudly shouting, "Hey, Wild Bear Bobby, you've been fighting for so long. Isn't it time for me to attack?" Looking cautiously at the black-clothed man, Wild Bear Bobby sneered, "You're bound to lose this match." The black-clothed man smiled as he extended his right hand. The edge of his palm gradually lit up with dazzling white electricity. "Whether or not you can win depends on whether or not you can take this move of mine. Pay attention, it's my turn to attack." Before he could finish his last word, the black-clothed man's figure had already disappeared from where he stood. Under Wild Bear Bobby's shocked gaze, a palm that resembled a lightning blade had already struck his body. What kind of speed is this? It's even faster than that monster called Black Crow. Wild Bear Bobby's heart trembled. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Wild Bear Bobby felt as if he had been ruthlessly split apart by an incomparably sharp long blade. An irresistible force instantly submerged him, followed by a scorching and intense numbness. Wild Bear Bobby was also struck by the black-clothed man. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the open wounds, all of it instantly evaporated due to the high temperature. A few seconds later, Wild Bear Bobby fell to the ground with smoke all over his body. His eyes glazed over as he looked at the black-clothed man. He said weakly, "You're really ridiculously strong. Did you hold back just now? I can feel it. Sigh, I really lost face. I was knocked down by you with a single strike." The black-clothed man smiled as he sat beside Wild Bear Bobby. He lightly patted his shoulder and said, "You're also very strong. You gave me a fright just now." Wild Bear Bobby snorted coldly. Wild Bear Bobby snorted as he reluctantly tilted his head and said, "Don't comfort me. A loss is a loss. But you have to pay attention. I saw Hey-Woo in the preparation area. I only felt scared when facing him in this arena. That guy is not only powerful, but he has also killed more than one person. Don't show any mercy to him, otherwise, you might be killed by him." Because of these words, the black-clothed man's impression of Wild Bear Bobby greatly increased. He nodded with a smile, "Thank you for your reminder. I'll be careful. However, I've been waiting for him." Chapter 194. In the arena, Black Merc had already entered the preparation area. He wanted to personally face the man in black on the battlefield. At that time, the man in black had won 5 matches in a row, so he wouldn't stop until he had won 5 matches, unless he failed halfway through. After he finished speaking, the man in black looked at the preparation area. He recalled the man with a crow on his shoulder. Would his opponent be him in the next match? When Bobby the Wild Bear was carried out of the Colosseum, the audience applauded and cheered enthusiastically. Everyone felt that this high-level match was worth the ticket price. It turned out that the Killer Bee and Blood Ape weren't fake matches, but were really too weak. They didn't even have the strength to make their opponents take them seriously. At this time, the host finally came on stage. After confirming that the man in black didn't need to rest, the host used his unique voice to shout, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are so lucky today. I haven't seen many matches of this level. But even more lucky things have yet to come. Because the next one to participate in the Colosseum is the fiend we saw before who cut off the opponent's legs, Black Merc." With that strange smile still on his face, the man in black slowly walked into the Colosseum. The crow on his shoulder didn't make any unpleasant sounds this time. A pair of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at the man in black. It was actually very intelligent. The black-clothed man curiously sized up this crow that was staring at him. He did not underestimate this opponent in front of him at all. The opponent's strange movements and powerful strength made him feel as if he was looking at another version of himself. However, the opponent's ruthlessness was something that he did not possess at the moment. Black Merc walked to the opposite side of the man in black and shook his shoulder to let the crow fly into the air. Then, he slowly pulled out the 2 uniquely curved iron rods from his back. He crossed the 2 rods and pointed them forward. The man in black also gently exhaled. He leaned his body slightly, raised his left fist, and pulled back his right fist. He was in a ready stance. The 2 of them faced off like this for nearly a minute. Neither of them moved. But suddenly, Black Merc laughed. At the same time, he gently shook his head and said, "You don't have much battle experience, do you?" The black-clothed man frowned slightly. Although he was curious about the other party's question, he still replied, "Yes, I rarely fight with others." "Why, is there a problem?" Black Crow continued to smile. "That's right. I purposely exposed 2 flaws to lure you into attacking, but you didn't move at all. Either you're experienced enough to see that it was a trap, or you're really a rookie. You can tell that the person who taught you cares a lot about you and can't bear to let you fight. You're really lucky." When he said the last sentence, Hey-Woo's tone became somewhat sorrowful. Then, he shook his head and said, "When I saw you fighting with that fatty just now, I felt like I saw another version of myself. But why are our fates so different? The black-clothed man was stunned. He didn't expect Hei Wu to have the same thoughts as him. Both of them saw a shadow of themselves in the other party's battle. Their strange speed and powerful strength were all advantages that made their opponents fearful and troubled. But when two people who had the same advantages fought against each other, what kind of exciting battle would happen? The smile on Hei Wu's face gradually turned cold. He walked closer to the black-clothed man while twirling the iron rod in his hand. Do you know, if someone like you were in my place, you probably wouldn't live for more than a day? Looking at you, I feel like I'm looking at a weaker version of myself. Hee, you had the chance to kill your opponent, but you showed mercy. Too stupid. The black-clothed man frowned and didn't explain anything. He only responded with the same cold smile. Hey, I don't think you're the kind of person who talks so much nonsense. Don't tell me you think you can defeat your opponent with just your mouth. Hei Wu's footsteps paused. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His body emitted wisps of black mist like water vapor, emitting a cold aura. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, you'll soon know the difference between you and me." Whoosh! With the sound of air breaking, Hei Wu arrived in front of the black-clothed man in an instant. His movement was as fast as a ghost. The iron rod in his right hand turned into an afterimage as he fiercely chopped down. Seeing that Hei Wu had finally made his move, the black-clothed man's fighting spirit soared. With confidence in his own strength, he actually blocked Hei Wu's attack with his bare hands. The surface of his fist was surrounded by lightning, and its power was even stronger than Hei Wu's. Bang! A light explosion sounded in the air. Hei Wu was pushed back by this punch. Obviously, the black-clothed man still had the upper hand in terms of strength. However, the black-clothed man's face didn't show any joy at this time. This was because on his left hand that had collided with Hei Wu's attack, a wisp of black air had unknowingly stuck to it. It emitted an evil and cold aura, and gave him an uncomfortable feeling of numbness. With a thought, the black-clothed man increased the power in his hand. With a crackling sound, the wisp of black air was evaporated. Only then did his left hand feel normal again. My attack may not look very overbearing, but it is poisonous and can numb a person's perception. It seems that your lightning do chi has a certain purification effect, but I don't know how much do chi you can squander. Seeing Hei Wu's strange smile, the black-clothed man coldly snorted. The tip of his foot lightly touched the ground, and his entire body flew towards his opponent like an arrow leaving the bow. At the same time, the edge of his palm lit up with white light. Hei Wu's pupils shrank, and his entire body tensed up. He had already seen this move before, and its power was simply extraordinary. He also didn't have the confidence to take it head-on, so his entire body dodged to the right like a wisp of smoke. Thus, the two of them staged a tug-of-war in the arena. Every time the black-clothed man got close, Hei Wu would do everything in his power to dodge the lightning strike. He would rather take the opponent's other punch or kick than let the fatal white light touch him. Not long after, the black-clothed man, who had been maintaining his battle state, finally had no choice but to disperse the lightning in his palm. Although the consumption wasn't too great, it wasn't a solution for him to not be able to hit his opponent. This would only continue to waste his do chi. However, the moment the black-clothed man withdrew his battle state, Hei Wu began to madly counterattack. The two sticks in his hands turned into countless stick shadows, and smashed down like a storm. The black-clothed man focused his mind to block, and finally, his defense was watertight. However, when the two of them separated, the black-clothed man's arms were once again stuck to the black-clothed man's arms. A strong numbness surged up like a tide. The black-clothed man's eyebrows tightly knit together. He once again increased the power, and only then did he manage to purify the air. However, the excessive consumption of do chi caused his breathing to become slightly hurried. Chapter 195. Blackmerk's eyes lit up. He knew that his strategy had worked. Although his opponent was strong and his do chi was stronger than him, he was too inexperienced. He did not know how to deal with all kinds of situations. He only knew how to use his do chi to solve the problem. Black Merc was able to equalize their strength and even gain the upper hand. Thinking of this, Black Merc did not give his opponent any time to catch his breath. He swung the two sticks in his hands with all his might, and two crescent-shaped blades that emitted a cold light shot out from the top of the metal sticks. The two strangely shaped metal sticks actually turned into two sickles. This was the true form of Black Merc's weapon. With the two scythes in his hands, Heiwu immediately leaped up. The blades turned into a strange and unpredictable cold light as they attacked the black-clothed man. The lethality was several times stronger than before. The man in black's face turned serious for the first time. He could only rely on his quick movements to dodge. He was confident that he could take the stick with his bare hands, but now that the stick had turned into a sharp blade, he was not confident that he could take it head-on without using his ultimate move. Thus, the scene of you chasing me and I running away played out once again, but the roles were reverse. Charles Brown sat in the VIP seats and watched the battle with great interest. He smiled and said to himself, "It seems that this black-haired kid is only SOSO. Black Merc Gawain can easily kill him." Black Merc's battle experience was not on the same level as the black-haired kid. If there were no accidents, he should win. In fact, the black-haired kid was stronger than him in terms of strength. There were many examples of the weak defeating the strong in the gladiator arena. It was nothing strange. A battle was a competition of strength, tactics, and even a little luck. The black-haired kid seemed to be a little stronger than Black Merc. If he met an opponent who was much weaker than him, he would be able to crush them. However, if he met an opponent who was on the same level as him, his weakness would be exposed. This was how it was on the battlefield. Perhaps a small mistake could lead to a collapse. In the arena, the battle between the man in black and Black Merc had become a tug-of-war. Relying on his faster speed, the man in black slowly got used to the rhythm of the battle. He began to accumulate his stamina. The do-chi and stamina that were consumed earlier were quickly and steadily recovering. Previously, he was almost unable to fight back, but now, he was able to fight back. During this period of battle, he had discovered many small tricks. For example, Heiwu's strange poisonous black gas required a large amount of electricity to purify it. But now, the man in black seemed to have mastered a kind of balance, and the amount of electricity required to purify the black gas was decreasing. Furthermore, he discovered that although Heiwu's movements were erratic and hard to see with the naked eye, his instantaneous speed was much slower than his. It was with this advantage that he was able to catch his breath. This battle was indeed very important to the man in black. It allowed him to gain a lot of valuable combat experience. It could be said that Black Merc was like an actual combat teacher. He used all of his strength to force and urge the man in black to grow quickly. However, compared to the man in black who was getting more and more energetic, Black Merc was getting colder and colder. His opponent's do-chi was not only very strong, but his recovery speed was also very fast. Black Merc felt that if he continued to fight like this, he would be the one to exhaust his do-chi in the end. This monster, how did he train? Not only is his do-chi, but his stamina is also much stronger than ordinary people. With his recovery speed, he will surpass me again in 5 minutes. No, a long battle is not good for me. I have to end it quickly. After cursing in his heart, Black Merc made a feint and then somersaulted a few times to increase the distance between him and the man in black. Since he had the upper hand, it was easy for him to retreat. Seeing Black Merc suddenly retreat, the man in black was stunned. He frowned and said, "Hey, why did you stop fighting? Are you tired? I can let you rest for a while." Black Merc was angered by the man in black's words and laughed, "Haha, you monster. Don't look down on people. I just changed my mind and wanted to show you something interesting." "Oh." The man in black raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "What interesting thing?" Slowly standing up, Black Merc revealed a sinister smile. "Don't worry, it's starting now." After saying this, Black Merc's eyes suddenly widened. The black mist that surrounded his body also spread out at the same time. Moreover, its color gradually turned into a dark red like viscous blood. "I can see that you are very confident in your speed. Now let's see if your speed can help you escape from this move of mine." The dark red blood mist that was spreading out seemed to have a life of its own as it crazily twisted after Blackmerk's voice. Moreover, the speed at which it spread out became even faster. In just a few seconds, it had completely wrapped Blackmerk and the man in black, forming a huge fog cocoon. It also emitted a nauseating bloody smell that filled the entire arena. Seeing this scene, the entire audience suddenly lost their voices and screamed. Even the beautiful women on the stage stood up nervously and began to worry about the man in black in the fog cocoon. However, the man in black who was wrapped in the fog cocoon felt as if he had been transferred to another scene. The scenery around him was filled with black and red. It was incomparably dark, causing his vision to be greatly affected. Moreover, his entire body became heavy and sticky, as if he had been soaked in a swamp. The most uncomfortable thing was that extremely strong bloody smell, as if it could penetrate his skin and enter his body through his pores. Just as the man in black carefully observed the situation around him, Blackmerk's voice seemed to come from all directions. "Why aren't you running anymore? Why don't you try and see if you can still display the speed that you are so proud of in my blood river hell?" The man in black kept looking around, but he could not find the source of the voice at all. He was shocked. Blackmerk's confident laughter was still lingering in his ears. Inside the fog cocoon, boundless murderous intent was born. A series of rumbling sounds like muffled thunder continued to expand. Following that, the man in black's cautious eyes flashed with a look of horror. Because right in front of him, a blood wave that was at least 6 meters tall appeared out of thin air and slammed down on his head. The man in black immediately used thundering shadow footwork to dodge backwards. However, in this place, his speed was greatly restricted. Moreover, the blood wave's range was too wide. Without any other choice, the man in black could only use his ultimate move again, bracing himself to slash at the blood wave. How is this possible? In this place where there is no water, he can actually condense so many blood waves to attack. Even with a domain, it is very difficult to do this. Could it be an illusion? The man in black, Nick, was bitterly thinking of a way to break out. He did not want to die here like this. In fact, he knew this Blackmerk. This person was his master's blood brother. Today, he came to compete with this enemy of the Emperor faction. He did not want to lose face for his master. Chapter 196. It really is an illusion. My guess was right. Even a true expert would need a period of time to form their own domain. How could this black crow form such a large blood wave in such a short time? Brandishing his fist, the black-clothed man Nick was so excited that he almost wanted to shout. After all, this was the first time he truly saw through an opponent's attack and counterattacked. It was a great encouragement to him. After Black Crow was kicked to the ground by Nick, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his upper body. Even a few of his teeth were loose, as if they would fall out with a light touch. Fortunately, he had received very strict training since he was young, and pain tolerance was one of the most important lessons. After taking a few deep breaths to relieve the pain, Black Crow stood up and glared at Nick with a pale face. "I still underestimated you. You actually saw through my illusion." The black-clothed man Nick laughed. "This is all thanks to an opponent I met. He was very good at illusions like yours and made me suffer a great loss." "Me? If that's the case, then let's fight with our true abilities." After a cold snort, Black Crow knelt on one knee and fiercely stabbed the scythe in his hands into the ground. At the same time, both of his palms pressed against the ground. In an instant, the entire fog cocoon began to rapidly wriggle. Under the control of an invisible force, the blood mist formed nearly 100 sharp blood spikes. They suddenly shot out from all directions and attacked Nick. This wave of attacks was no longer an illusion. Although the black-clothed man Nick immediately used Thunder Shadow to evade, but unfortunately, his speed was greatly suppressed within this fog cocoon. Although he dodged and blocked most of the blood thorns, there were still a few that pierced him. Fortunately, his skin was thick and he dodged in time. Most of the wounds were just scratches, and the few that did pierce into his flesh weren't too deep, so it didn't affect his movement too much. After putting some distance between himself and Hei Wu, the black-clothed man, Nick, looked at Hei Wu with a serious expression. He thought to himself, I really can't let my excitement and carelessness get to my head so easily in a battle. This move is too annoying. Although the Black Crow can't be maintained forever, the longer I stay here, the greater the danger I'll be in. I have to break out of this place. I don't know how thick this place is, but I have to get rid of this Black Crow as soon as possible. Thinking up to this point, the black-clothed man, Nick, clenched his teeth and his right hand suddenly lit up with a large amount of white electric arcs. However, this time, the electric arcs didn't concentrate on the outside of his palm. Instead, they formed a white ball of lightning in his palm. After this ball of lightning was formed, the white light almost illuminated the entire cocoon. Hei Wu hurriedly covered his eyes with his arms in shock. If he was outside the cocoon, he would see that the entire cocoon was illuminated by the white light from the inside out. It was like a lantern, very beautiful. Not good, he actually still has such a dense do qi. Moreover, this move is much stronger than the previous one. I'm afraid I won't be able to block this attack. I'll have to use my full strength. Hei Wu's battle experience was very rich. He immediately realized that this move of Nick's wasn't something his false domain could block. Anxious, he circulated all of his do qi and condensed all of the blood mist together, forming a blood spear in front of him that was as thick as his body. As long as I block this attack, that brat is finished. This kind of move isn't something that can be casually used. Fiercely biting his lips, Hei Wu held the blood spear with both of his hands. He raised his arms high and used all of his strength to throw the blood spear. The blood spear was like a giant ballista that shot out to siege a city. It made a sharp whistling sound as it flew towards Nick. If this attack hit, it wouldn't just pierce through, it would split Hei Wu in half. At this moment, Nick's eyes were shining with white light, as if a giant bolt of lightning was about to burst out of his body. The electric ball in his hand was accompanied by a muffled roar as he fiercely swung it out and smashed the tip of the blood spear. Boom! Everyone in the arena heard a loud sound of thunder at the same time. Many people even let out screams. Under everyone's gaze, the fog cocoon in the arena was like an egg that fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Then, a large area of white electric arcs appeared, making sinister crackling sounds that made people's hearts tremble in fear. Immediately after, a figure was thrown into the air by the airflow. After drawing a parabola in the air, it heavily smashed into the ground and shook up a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, this figure's black clothes and black pants were revealed. After Hei Wu fell to the ground, his originally pale face flushed red. Finally, he couldn't help but tilt his body and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Then, he laid on the ground dispiritedly and didn't even have the strength to stand up. When the electric arcs and dust gradually dissipated, the black-clothed man, Nick, slowly walked out from the center of the fog cocoon. His face was tired, but his eyes were shockingly bright. Hei Wu stared at the black-clothed man, Nick, who was slowly walking towards him. He only laughed when Nick was right in front of him. Then, he lay down on his back and laughed softly. Hee, you win. I didn't think that I would lose to a rookie like you. Come, kill me. You probably haven't killed anyone before, right? I should be the first. The black-clothed man, Nick, frowned and said, Kill you? Why would I kill you? I didn't come here to kill you. Hei Wu, do you know who my master is? A strange look flashed across Hei Wu's eyes. He didn't want to know who the black-clothed man's master was. He mocked, You might regret it if you don't kill me. Are you sure? The black-clothed man, Nick, shrugged and said, I don't know if I'll regret it. I only know that I don't want to kill you now. I hope that we can fight again in the future. Whether you believe it or not, I'm very grateful to you. I've learned a lot from fighting you. I just want to tell you that for my master, I must defeat you. I'm here to defeat you today in hopes that you can repent and be saved. You're not a bad person. Don't go down a dark path. After he finished speaking, the black-clothed man, Nick, turned his head and waved in the direction of the preparation area, indicating for someone to carry Hei Wu away. However, at this moment, Hei Wu, who was lying on the ground, quickly pulled out a dagger from his trousers. He suddenly flipped over, raised the dagger, and stabbed towards the black-clothed man, Nick's back. Black-clothed man, Nick, watch out behind you. At this moment, the beautiful woman's urgent cry sounded. The black-clothed man, Nick, was stunned and felt a chill coming from behind him. However, it was too late to dodge. He could only try his best to avoid being hit in his vital parts. However, when the dagger was about to pierce his shoulder, a trace of hesitation appeared in Hei-Wu's eyes. Chapter 197. The dagger slightly changed its direction in midair, only grazing the black-clothed man's arm, leaving behind a shallow wound. Who do you think you are? You're just like someone I know. You're just as annoying as him. Too bad you managed to dodge it. I told you before that you'll regret it if you don't kill me. Are you sure you don't want to kill me now? The black-clothed man, Nick, covered the wound on his arm. After a glance, he knew that it wasn't a big deal. He then turned to look at Hei-Wu with a bewildered expression. He asked hesitantly, why did you do this? Black Merc sneered and said sarcastically, newbie, didn't you learn a lot from me? This is the last thing I'll teach you. Don't be careless unless you're sure your enemy is dead or has lost all ability to fight. Otherwise, you'll pay the price with your life. Nick nodded with a serious expression. Thank you, I'll remember that. But that's not what I'm asking. You must have stabbed the dagger askew on purpose. Otherwise, my wound wouldn't be so light. Why did you do that? Surprise appeared in Black Merc's eyes. He didn't expect Nick to ask this question. He couldn't help but smile disdainfully. You're so naive. I didn't have enough strength, so I stabbed the dagger askew. Cut the crap. Are you going to kill me or not? This is your last chance. Nick shook his head with a smile. You're such a weirdo. Looks like your body is more honest than your mouth. What's your real name? Don't tell me you're called Black Merc. Do you still remember your name? Black Merc looked at Nick in shock. He didn't expect him to say something like that. But when he realized he had lost his composure, he immediately turned his head away and didn't say anything else. At this time, 2 strong men carrying a stretcher arrived on the field. The 2 strong men carried Black Merc onto the stretcher and walked out of the field. When the stretcher passed by Nick, Black Merc whispered, "My name is Gavin Evans. I'm Gordon Evans' younger brother." Nick opened his mouth and revealed his white teeth. His smile was as bright as the sun. "My name is Nick. I'm Gordon Evans' disciple." A faint smile appeared on Hei-Wu's face as he said in a low voice, "I knew it, idiot rookie. You are indeed very similar to my brother. I should have guessed it long ago." Nick watched Black Merc leave the arena. He finally felt a wave of fatigue. Black Merc was the strongest opponent he'd ever met. In order to defeat him, he had to use his ultimate move. But he was still human after all. Any human would feel fatigue, not to mention in such an intense battle. At the same time, he finally achieved his purpose of coming here. A sense of relief filled his heart. At the same time, the host walked up to the arena again. He clapped and shouted excitedly, "Amazing! It's really amazing! Although we didn't see what happened in the strange cocoon, it's still the most exciting match I've ever seen. Everyone, what do you think?" Thunderous applause and cheers came from the audience. The host walked to Nick with a smile and asked, "So, this powerful gladiator, do you choose to continue the battle or to end it? If you choose to end it, we can announce the end of the match. But if you choose to continue the battle, the prize money will be tripled." Nick smiled bitterly, "Then I'll end it. I'm really a little tired." The host laughed, "Of course. The first 2 matches don't count. But Grizzly Bear and Black Merc are both powerful opponents. It's normal for you to feel tired. Then, you'll get the original prize money." When Nick returned to the VIP seats, the beautiful woman rushed up and hugged him excitedly. "You always surprise me. What did you eat growing up? How did you become so powerful?" The man in black, Nick, laughed as he sat down on a chair with the help of the beautiful woman. He let out a long sigh and said, "Miss, are you praising me or insulting me? Didn't I accomplish my goal and learn some combat experience?" The beautiful woman nodded. I see. But your idea is really unique. I can't believe you came here to learn combat experience. But it seems like the effect is not bad. Nick closed his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's not just not bad. I think this decision is really wise. At this time, the beautiful woman was a little dissatisfied. I say, you're too careless. Black Merc even attacked you after he fell to the ground. I think you went too easy on him. You can't do this in the last match. Nick laughed. Beautiful woman, that Black Merc isn't a bad person. I can feel it. I don't think we'll be enemies in the future. Our goal is to persuade him to turn over a new leaf. The beautiful woman snorted. If such a despicable person isn't an enemy, then why would he be a friend? All right, you should get some rest. At least your life isn't in danger. After everything was over, Nick felt a sense of relief. However, he soon realized that there were many things waiting for him to do. His master, Gordon Evans, was currently heavily injured, and his strength was much weaker than before. He had to shoulder this responsibility. During the assassination attempt on Kaiser the Great on the night of the summer celebration, his master had arranged for him to carry out another mission. Now, he had to avenge his master. After all, this empire had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it had fallen, how could the Assassin the Empress faction be able to shake it so quickly? Even if the Assassin the Empress faction had the support of a big shot behind the scenes, it would still be difficult for them to contend against the colossus that was the German Empire. It seems that haste makes waste. In order to overthrow the tyrannical rule of Kaiser the Great, he had to do it step by step. Avina and I were watching everything from the stands of the Kellendale Coliseum. We knew that this black-clothed man wasn't simple. It was very likely that he had the clues we needed. We decided to observe him in secret. Who knows, we might be able to find some clues. After we're done here, Avina and I will leave this place and head to the south. There, we will find all the answers. Wings of Destruction, Black Dragon Erdel. Chapter 198. The man in black, Nick, chose to leave the Kellendale Coliseum after defeating Blackbird. He felt there was no point in continuing the competition. Miss Ada, I wonder if that Charles will make things difficult for us after we leave this place. Nick knew very well that the Blue family behind Charles was a staunch supporter of the Emperor. They controlled a lot of financial power in the Empire. They had no choice. They were now the biggest beneficiaries of Kaiser the Great's rule. I'm not sure, but let's just let nature take its course. I guess they're still afraid of my father's identity, said the beautiful woman. Her name was Ada Thomas. Her father, Andre Thomas, used to be a valiant general who fought alongside Theoden the Great. However, he was now old and no longer fit to lead troops. He was now a relatively big noble with the title of Count. He also went to the Hero Palace on the day of the summer celebration. He was one of the few people who survived. Now that the situation in the Empire had changed, the reputation of the people of the church had plummeted because of the revenge of the Witch Council. They could only act in a low-key manner. Even the previous vigorous witch hunt could only be carried out in secret. Many people in the Empire didn't really trust the church. Alonso, on the other hand, had sent people to stabilize the situation in the imperial capital of Galandir. The reopening of the Colosseum was one of the reasons. At the same time, he was actively contacting his family members. The Blackstone Fortress, which guarded the throat of the north, was his foundation and also the only barrier for the Delman Empire to resist the barbarians in the north. If the Blackstone Castle existed, the Empire would exist. If the Blackstone Castle died, the Empire would die. As for the chief magic consultant of the Empire, Morse, he didn't care about current affairs. He focused on his own affairs. Kaiser the Great acquiesced and supported him greatly. As for Kaiser the Great himself, he reduced his chances of communicating with the outside world. After all the things that had happened, it would only increase his risk. He wanted to bring all his pleasures to the Hero Palace. He was more strict and focused on safety. He only wanted to drink himself to death and enjoy life. He believed that life should be enjoyed while it lasted. He wanted to pursue both material and spiritual bliss. Avina and I, the black-clothed man, Nick, and the beautiful woman, Ada. After an investigation, we finally found out that this black-clothed man, Nick, was the disciple of the little girl's father, Gordon Evans. This Gordon was saved by his younger brother, Hey Woo. Currently, Gordon was living in Miss Ada's manor. It turned out that the mastermind behind Gordon's assassination of Kaiser the Great was Miss Ada's father, Andre. Now that Andre was old, the hair on both sides of his temples had already turned white. However, what was difficult to erase with the passage of time was the dignified temperament of this veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time. This was the kind of perseverance and vicissitudes of life that could only be obtained after experiencing many life and death situations and crawling out from piles of corpses. A commander like Alonso, who was young and full of vigor, did not possess such a temperament. In the south of Kalandir, there was a huge manor quietly sitting there. It was as peaceful as a century-old man. On an empty field in the manor, there was a simple stone table. On both sides of the stone table, there were 2 stone stools. On the stools sat 2 men. One of them was the little girl's father, Gordon Evans, and the other was Count Andre Thomas. The old Count and Gordon sat together. However, after experiencing this incident, Gordon's body was not as good as before. Even his spirit was tired. I wonder how that brat Nick is doing. This time, I don't know why my younger brother went to the Empire's dungeon to save me. I just pity that daughter. Gordon Evans sighed as he spoke. Pull yourself together. I heard that your daughter has been saved by 2 powerful strangers. Her life should not be in danger. As for why your brother betrayed those bastards who supported the Emperor, it is very likely that he still has a conscience. When your disciple Nick returns, perhaps we will know the answer. Count Andre Thomas patted Gordon's shoulder. The 2 of them chatted as they picked up their wine glasses and took a sip. At this moment, Ada and Nick returned to the manor in the south of the city. They saw Andre Thomas and Gordon. Master, we are back. Nick reported to his master. His master had suffered too much torture in the Empire's dungeon and his body had become very weak. It's good that you are back. Gordon was very happy to see his disciple return. You are back. Hurry up and tell me about the situation in the Beast Arena today. Did the Emperor's Brown family make things difficult for you? Andre said to the 2 children. He did not look like an old man at all. His body was very healthy. When Avina and I, who were hiding in the dark, saw this scene, I knew that the little girl's father was safe and sound. I also knew who had saved him. We were relieved. It seemed that there was no need for us to do anything. Count Andre Thomas would definitely settle them down. We had to hurry and prepare to head to the south to look for the Wing of Destruction, Black Dragon Erdel. We had already wasted too much time. The current conflict and situation in the German Empire could not be changed just by saving or killing someone. Everything was related to each other. Everyone was just a chess piece. After Avina and I packed up, we headed to the south of the Empire. In the north, the 4 witches of the Witch Council arrived in the Kingdom of Northland. When they first arrived, they were still in a sorry state and had yet to recover from the shock. However, witches were still witches. They quickly settled down in the Kingdom of Northland and met with the King of the Northland, King Gravel, in the famous Eagle Castle. King Gravel summoned them because he wanted to recruit talented people. He wanted to gather all the available forces to prepare for his plan. Ever since the successful invasion of the German Empire's Port Pruslin, the Kingdom of Northland obtained a huge amount of wealth. This also increased their strength by more than a little. Their ambition to invade the Empire also started at this time. Gravel attached great importance to the airships, magic crystal cannons, the Empire's battleships and other technologies that he brought back. He knew that the Northland people fought bravely. If he could give these equipment to the Northland people, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Take the matter of the Witch Council for example. Gravel's intelligence personnel in Kellendil had also reported their battle results to King Gravel. Naturally, King Gravel did not dare to neglect them. Chapter 199. At this moment in the north, the kingdom of Northland, the whole country was full of fighting spirit, and the atmosphere of striving for progress was everywhere. The merchants transported their goods to various places, the farmers worked hard, the soldiers trained hard, and even the nobles and ministers were busy with their own work. The wealth and technology brought back changed the lives of every Northland citizen. People were united, motivated, and fair in their rewards and punishments, giving everyone hope and motivation in life. They all had a common enemy, and that was the Durman of the empire. They had to continue to develop and grow, and one day they would be able to compete with the empire. Wearing a golden mask and a black cloak, Claudia's black hair naturally fell to her shoulders. She was very beautiful. Nicela and Serena, this pair of buffoons, had two attributes, one ice and one fire. Their daily routine was to argue, which added a lot of fun to everyone. As for Sevilla, she did not hold a magic wand or wear a magician's robe. She wore a green dress, looking like a pure, calm, and dignified noble lady. She was completely different from the pair of buffoons, Nicela and Serena. It was such a strange combination of four. They were the witch council. At the most critical time, they were rescued by strangers and teleported to the town of Boheap outside the city of Kellendil. They fled all the way to the north to avoid the pursuit of the church. After arriving in the kingdom of Northland, they quickly settled down with their abilities and were soon summoned by King Gravel. King Gravel summoned them to Eagle Castle because he had long heard of their names in the intelligence reports. On the other hand, he felt that they were very powerful. If they could be used by the kingdom, it would be a joyous thing. At this time, the hall of Eagle Castle was brightly lit. It was neither too hot nor too cold. The summer temperature in the north was much colder than in the empire. The four beautiful women, led by the Northland guards, came to the hall of Eagle Castle. The guards at the door questioned them and checked that they did not carry any weapons with them, and then let them in to see King Gravel. King Gravel was sitting on the throne. At this moment, he was sitting there alone, reading a book. There was no one else here. Under the lead of the masked crochet, the other three witches followed the Northland etiquette and bowed to King Gravel. King Gravel did not put on any airs and immediately asked them to come forward and have lunch with him. The four witches did not decline. After all, it was close to noon, and it was not a bad idea to have lunch with King Gravel in the famous Eagle Castle. Just like that, the five of them chatted as they ate. King Gravel looked at the golden masked crochet with a strange expression. He was very curious. Didn't Crochet feel uncomfortable wearing this mask? Your Majesty, do you have any questions? Seeing that King Gravel was looking at her strangely, Crochet asked. Nothing, I just feel that you don't feel uncomfortable wearing a mask when eating. King Gravel was also very straightforward and did not think too much about it. There are very scary scars on my face, so it is inconvenient for me to show them. I hope your Majesty can forgive me. Crochet said. It's fine, I was just curious. But I'm sorry, I shouldn't have reminded you of this. Gravel felt that he had made the atmosphere a little awkward. Your Majesty, since the scars have already formed, I can only get used to it. Crochet replied. Oh right, I heard that you turned Kellendil upside down. I also feel very happy and admire you. I wonder if you are willing to stay on my side and be the magic consultants of the Kingdom of Northland. Gravel went straight to the point. At this moment, the long table was already filled with food and exquisite silverware. However, the food of the Kingdom of Northland, even if it was the king's banquet, was far from the empire's. Whether it was the variety, the level of cooking, or the ingredients, it could not be compared to the empire's. However, Serena was eating very happily. She was eating a roasted lamb leg that was almost as big as her face. On the other hand, Nicela was eating the sweets. On the other hand, Sevilla was eating some vegetarian food. It was clear that the difference between the three was very big. As King Gravel spoke, he stuffed a juicy fruit into his mouth and chewed it. He looked at Crochet, hoping that she would give him a satisfactory answer. Your Majesty Gravel, for the time being, we do not have any plans to be the magic consultants of the Kingdom of Northland. If we did, we would naturally come to you. We came here not only to avoid the pursuit of the church, but also to tell you some news," Crocia said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Oh, what news?" King Gravel looked at the 4 mysterious witches with great interest. He had developed a strong interest in them. Although he did not know these witches well, he knew that they would not harm him because they had a common enemy, and that was the German Empire and the Church. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. After the meal, King Gravel asked them to stay in the Eagle Castle. There were many luxurious rooms and maids here. If they stayed here, they would not have to worry about food and clothing. They would also be allowed to do their own research, as long as it did not harm the interests of the Kingdom of Northland. However, all of these were rejected by Crocia. Nacella was originally looking forward to such a life. She was a little disappointed, but she obeyed Crocia's decision, just as she had always done. At the same time, in order to express her gratitude for King Gravel's affectionate hospitality, Crocia said that she was a dream teller. She could help the king with some divination and predict the future, if King Gravel needed it. King Gravel thought for a moment. He really did need some guidance about the future. He asked Crocia what to do and when to start. Crocia told him that it was actually very simple to perform a divination. All he needed was a bed, but this bed had to be the bed that the person who wanted to know the prophecy had slept on. He only needed to write down what he wanted to ask in advance on a piece of paper. When the time came, he would burn the paper in front of Crocia. Then, Crocia would inhale the smoke into her body and lie down on the bed to sleep. When Crocia awoke, she would tell His Majesty Gravel all the future she had foreseen in her dream, and all the doubts she had written on that paper. As for when they could perform the divination, Crocia said that since they had nothing to do in the afternoon, they could perform the divination right now. It just depended on King Gravel's convenience. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.